All right, good evening, everybody. Great to be here. Happy new week. It's a lovely Monday. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for joining us today on this beautiful live. What's today's date? 16th day of March 2026. I hope you've been having a great March so far. All right, greater days ahead. Greater days ahead. All right, if you're on TikTok, thank you very much for the 8.7k likes, but please don't stop. Let's keep our tapping and sharing the live. These things help us to get on the FYP. If you're on YouTube or on Facebook, please like the live and share. And for those of us on Twitter, please like and repost. I know we have one or two people on Twitch. We're trying to start and see what Twitch is going to look like. So if you're on Twitch, do what they do on Twitch. But it's good to be here. And again, if you're on TikTok, please click on the art icon up here. Just click on it, drop a heart, maybe drop a gift, subscribe. Let's try and push the live together. For those of us on YouTube, kindly subscribe to the channel. It's Busui Oris, and you have a lot of stuff to gain for subscribing. So please do that. Okay. How's everybody? How was your weekend? How is Bubuli? Give me a second. Let me get this sorted on YouTube. Then we can get right in. So today, due to popular demand, we are going to be having a session. I think it might be more than one. So I might as well call it a series. Maybe one or two sessions, at least for a start. On the Yoruba-Benin connection. So we'll get into all of that. I'll explain much later. By the way, if you were here on Friday, you noticed how everything went down. We're having this interesting conversation. We're reading the news, right? But then it was raining, and then we're discussing the topic. Then folks were like, oh no, let's gist. So while we're gisting, some questions came up that had to do with Oyo and Ondo and places like that. And while answering those questions, people were like, oh, they saw some similarities between certain things happening in Oyo and some things happening in Benin. And so they said, let's talk about it. Everything I'm saying right now, I'm still going to repeat when we're about to start this session itself. I just want you to understand why we'll be talking about Yoruba-Benin connection. It's because it's important and it matters. I'll tell you all about that in a bit. But while we're getting ready, if you're on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. Folks on Facebook, thank you very much for being here with us. Please like and share as well. All right. Almost there. And we are in. Good. All right, brilliant. But before we get into today's topic, like we always do, we're going to have the news, and then we'll see what's happening across Nigeria, and if there's time, we'll talk about what's happening in other places as well. But let us begin today's news with the interview that was conducted. This was Channels TV, I believe, with Chief Dele Momodu, and he said some interesting things that I thought, why not share? And by the way, FFK, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, also responded to Chief Dele Momodu's interview. So I will read FFK's, shall I call it rebuttal, much later. But let's have Chief Dele Momodu first, and then we'll go on from there. All right, take a listen.
Nobody knows Tinubu better than Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola. He was governor in Osun State for 8 years. He was commissioner for works in Lagos State under Tinubu. He's in ADC. And look at the preponderance of senators, members of the House, and everybody now trooping Let me give you a prediction again. You know I'm a prophet. I was born and named Joseph at birth in Ile-Ife. I am telling you that in the coming weeks and coming months, Tinubu will begin to lose sleep when he sees the true color of human beings. They will show him. All those who are expecting something from him today, they are pretending like the rattlesnake, waiting, hoping that they will get something. When they can no longer get it, they will seek their fortune elsewhere. Even right now, their own vice president, a very cerebral gentleman, is at a crossroad because APC does not know whether he can risk a Muslim ticket again. So, Kashim Shettima, the VP, is there, perching and watching and waiting for who will remove him as vice president and then go and bring a northern Christian. Even MK Abiola in 1993 could not do it. He had to chicken out. So now they are at that crossroads. And if they remove him, then it may also backfire. And if they retain him, it's a catch-22 situation for them. So, you know, I try to simplify this thing so that those who think Tinubu's strategy is foolproof, he has gathered, I must remember this, he has gathered all the governors in Nigeria. In fact, let me gather all 36. I tell you, the simple example I love to give is what happened to members of the G5 led by Wike in the last election. 3 of them contested senatorial elections. They all lost, and they were sitting governors. So what gives Tinubu the confidence that he will be able to get the governors to deliver the votes for him? Then finally, the will of the people. I don't know much about certain parts of the South, but I know, because you asked who do I think will be able to defeat Tinubu, I've always said it's not a secret, that today, after Buhari in the North, they have a queuing system. From my analysis, Atiku Abubakar, even those who didn't like Atiku before, now it's smelling like rose, because the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So Atiku Abubakar, if he runs, he has prepared forever, just like Donald Trump was preparing forever. People say, Donald Trump is old. Like joke. He's doing his second term now. So Atiku Abubakar started from 1993 when he stepped down for MK Abiola. That's where my fascination for him started from. He is there waiting. And his people, I believe, will support him and they will defend their votes. There is nothing you can do when you talk about rigging. Rigging is possible where you have overwhelming majority. Are the soldiers going to kill their own people because they are going to vote? No.
All right, that was Chief Dele Momodu. I'm not sure I was well prepared for this interview. It's not his usual self. But I don't know what caused that, but who knows. Anyway, I'm going to read you the response from Chief Femi Fani-Kayode. Give me a second, let me just play the latter part of this video one more time, please.
So that those who think Tinubu's strategy is foolproof, he has gathered, I must remember this, he has gathered all the governors in Nigeria. In fact, let me gather all 36. I tell you, the simple example I love to give is what happened to members of the G5 led by Wike in the last election. 3 of them contested senatorial elections. They all lost, and they were sitting governors. So what gives Tinubu the confidence that he will be able to get the governors to deliver the votes for him? Then finally, the will of the people. I don't know much about certain parts of the South, but I know, because you asked who do I think will be able to defeat Tinubu, I've always said it's not a secret, that today, after Buhari in the North, they have a queuing system. From my analysis, Atiku Abubakar, even those who didn't like Atiku before, now it's smelling like rose, because the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So Atiku Abubakar, if he runs, he has prepared forever, just like Donald Trump was preparing forever. People say, Donald Trump is old. Like joke. He's doing his second term now. So Atiku Abubakar started from 1993 when he stepped down for MK Abiola. That's where my fascination for him started from. He is there waiting. And his people, I believe, will support him and they will defend their votes. There is nothing you can do when you talk about rigging. Rigging is possible where you have overwhelming majority. Are the soldiers going to kill their own people because they are going to vote?
Remember, see, because Shebi, you thought say you go to this for me. Me can't speak them.
All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. So that was Chief Dele Momodu. I'd like to play you something from, I'll read actually from Chief Femi Fani-Kayode. This is what FFK wrote on his Twitter page. For my brother Bob D to compare President Tinubu to General Sani Abacha and claim that he's a dictator suggests that he is suffering from a degenerating, oh boy. So I'm trying to see which part I will read and the one I will not read, because can you whoever there. You know what? Let me just read what he said. I mean, he said it. For my brother Bobby D to compare President Tinubu to General Sani Abacha and claim that he's a dictator suggests that he's suffering from a degenerating and worrisome level of cognitive dissonance. I love Dele, and God knows I have immense respect for him, but he sounded drained, tired, and broken. Actually, that's kind of true. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he had. What's that? Maybe I'd had to travel a lot or something, but yeah, he sounded very, very tired. So he says, I love Dele, and God knows I have immense respect for him, but he sounded drained, tired, and broken, and spoke little sense yesterday in his interview with Shinwo Kimbaloye of Channels TV. May I only suggest to him to try and take a break from politics and political commentary for a while, get his breath back, and attempt to overhaul his intellectual engine. Not only was he uncharitable and disrespectful to the president, the vice president, the ministers, the senators, and the newly appointed ambassadors, many of whom have far more experience than him in governance and government, on that program, but he also insulted the collective intelligence of the Nigerian people. He and his associates in the ADC should focus more on trying to build their depleted ranks and form a strong opposition that we can look forward to engaging in the field of battle for the 2027 election, rather than continuously obsessed, I guess, rather than continually obsess and talk about what our president and our party is doing. The ADC cannot even be described as a sinking ship, but rather as a badly patched up inflatable plastic lifeboat that has not even managed to find its bearing or leave the harbor. It has no engine, no sails, no oars, no captain, no crew, no navigational equipment, no muscle, no firepower, no war chest, no destination, and worst of all, it is made of rubber and not steel. How can such an ill-prepared contraption even float, let alone do battle? It cannot possibly survive the rough seas and harsh winds of Nigerian politics because it lacks gravitas, focus, character, intelligence, discipline, and strength. It needs to be built up, better schooled, better trained, better equipped, better educated, and better prepared before it can enter the field and before we can even begin to regard it as an opposition party. Right now, it can only be described as a haven and pitiful gathering. Kilo day. I'll read everything. I said I'll read, so I'll read. But some of these things are too heavy. It says right now, it can only be described as a haven and pitiful gathering of vacuous, shallow, intellectual frauds and political renegades who lack foresight and who have no direction. The fact that they have failed to take off is not Tinubu's fault, it is theirs. The fact that political leaders and the Nigerian people are flocking to APC in droves is not only because our president and vice president are doing well, but also because they view the ADC as nothing but a collection of disingenuous, desperate, and recycled political losers who are addicted to power, who offer no credible alternative to governance, and who, like the three blind mice, are running around in circles, chasing each other's long, mangy, wrinkled tails with nowhere to go. The Bible says, "Who is he that saith a thing, and it cometh to pass when the Lord God of hosts has commanded it not?" Dele should listen to the Holy Spirit instead of the pagan murmurings, strange whispers, demonic divinations, and conjuring projections of the prophets of Baal and the witch of Endor. To be sure, Tinubu started well, he is doing well, and he will, by the grace of God, end well with no regrets in 2031. Anything short of that is the counsel of the ungodly and the manifestation of delusions of a diseased and demonized mind. I appeal to my brother Dele, leave the ranks of the forces of darkness and join us. You are far too good for the company you are keeping. Your presence in the ranks of the ADC is like that of a gentle, beautiful, well-bred, well-fed, and well-manicured flamingo trapped in a sea of ugly, cruel, loud... I'm sorry. I just couldn't keep a straight face. I'll read the last paragraph and then we'll go. So it says, you are far too good for the company you keep, or for the company you are keeping. Your presence in the ranks of the ADC is like that of a gentle, beautiful, well-bred, well-fed, and well-manicured flamingo trapped in a sea of ugly, cruel, loud, angry, starving, cackling, and relentless crows and vultures. It does not befit you. This is heavy. It's heavy. FFK. I read what you wrote to Nasser El-Rufai this weekend. Jesus is Lord. Let's just say that it's good to be on the good side of FFK. Let's just put it that way. Because it was brutal. And we can't play everything Dele Momodu said, but the bit you heard, to be honest, it sounded a bit tired. Maybe he had a lot of work to do over the weekend or whatever, but the answer that he got from FFK, that's a lot. And I feel somehow about it. I'm not going to lie. One second though. I feel somehow about it, so I hope that that ends well, because it was too many jabs. We're going to move away from that quietly. So let's talk about ATC for a bit. Apparently, APC guys, City Boy they call themselves, they went to Imo State to they call it empowerment. So they said they were going for empowerment, and they gave all kinds of things to their supporters. You had electronics and stuff. But before we even get into all of that, let me read to you some of the things that happened there. So I'm going to read from Charlie Boy, area father, Charlie Boy. It says village boys invaded city boys empowerment program at Owerri and collected what belongs to them while city boys were on the run. Truly, power belongs to the people. From July, the fear of village boys will be the beginning of wisdom. Dear father, then he said things I cannot read. But first, let me read to you something from Sarah Reporters. Then we'll put it together and ask ourselves the question: what the so-called village boys did, how sensible was that? We'll come back to that one later. Panther 7 is, we'll talk about that later. Let me just focus. I beg. What was I? Angry Imo residents sack city boy movement rally in Owerri. Cut away empowerment materials for Tinubu re-election bid. This from Sarah Reporters. Angry residents on Saturday disrupted a rally organized by the city boy movement in Owerri, the Imo state capital, cutting away several empowerment materials that were meant to be distributed during the event held in support of President Bola Tinubu's proposed re-election bid in 2027. The rally, which took place in Owerri, the capital of Imo State in southeastern Nigeria, was organized by supporters under the platform of the City Boy movement, a political group backing the administration of President Tinubu. However, the gathering descended into chaos after some angry residents reportedly invaded the venue, creating confusion and forcing many participants to flee the scene. Sarah Reporters gathered that the event had attracted a large crowd before the situation turned rowdy, with witnesses saying there was little or no crowd control. Then it says here, in a video obtained by Sarah Reporters, the venue appeared overcrowded as several attendees were seen running in different directions, while others scrambled to grab items that had been brought for distribution as part of an empowerment program. Some of the angry residents were seen carrying away tailoring machines, refrigerators, and other materials believed to be part of the empowerment items prepared for beneficiaries at the rally. The entire area became disorderly within minutes, with loud shouting and pushing among the crowd as people struggled to either escape the commotion or secure the items. That is what Charlie Boy praised when he said village boys would deal with city boys. The funny thing is, in Rivers State, something quite interesting also happened. ADC people were meeting in Bakassi local government area of Cross River State, not Rivers, Cross River State. ADC folks were meeting, and then they were disrupted by young people there too. They said, we don't want any other party here apart from APC. The video is also out there. We'll put it out when we're getting this video out, okay? The point is, I just hope that people are not going to say that there's something bad with what the APC guys are doing in Cross River State, considering adults, elders, people are supposed to be over 70 are okay with chaos in Imo State because it happened to APC. I hope they will not cry about what's happening to they actually cried. I'm not just going to read their tears because we don't have time for that today. So essentially, what goes around, it looks like it's going to come around eventually, and people should be very careful what they support. You can't hear this even if I play it. How the Igbo youths, went out to get their own empowerment stuff yesterday. You can only hear it, but the point is that the place was packed. Many people were there, and a lot of gifts were shared. And some people have gone to town with it, saying that if they're going to go to the southeast, they give them serious stuff, like substantial stuff, like refrigerator and so on and so forth. But I don't want to go into it. What I saw online over the weekend was just quite interesting. people were happy that what they brought to them was better than what they give to others. Like some Northerners also took offense by saying in their own place they give them rice, but in Southeast or in the South they give them electronics. It's just quite interesting what's happening at the moment. I'm seeing some reports here where people are saying that folks in the South like freezers and camera and so on and so forth, but that in other places not giving as much. Is it because it's Tinubu is pandering? Funny things, it's politics. You're going to hear things like that anyway. It's just quite interesting what has happened over the weekend. I'm just reading a few things. Somebody said Tinubu give Igbo people electronics, give Yoruba people rice, Igbo people get levels. And someone said Yoruba bots would just nag their head for a while. That's when you discover that all of these things actually has ethnic undertones. And one of the things I say it a lot, I like conversations that help us understand the dynamics of Nigeria. That particularly Yoruba people always asking and say, "Go matter, it does matter." People know exactly what's going on, and regardless of your alliance or your detribalization, they will still tell you that because why this has become something about Yoruba versus Igbo. I thought it was empowerment for the people, but it's politics, I guess. But then you also have retards, taking advantage of it to throw shades. Just unnecessary, to be honest. We're going to move away from there very, very quickly to other things. The United Kingdom government has released a program for the state visit of President Bola Tinubu, scheduled to take place from March 17 to 19. According to the itinerary, the visit will be hosted at Windsor Castle and will include bilateral meetings, ceremonial events, and engagements with members of the Nigerian diaspora. So, President Tinubu will be hosted it will be received. Let me just read the last part. A ceremonial. Sorry, I'll take it from here. Tinubu will officially arrive on March 18 and will be received by Prince William and Catherine, Prince of Wales. A ceremonial welcome will follow on Datchet Road, including the playing of national anthems and a guard inspection. The president will then proceed in a carriage procession to Windsor Castle, where he will be received by King Charles III and Queen Camilla. All right. While President Tinubu will be hosted in the UK, he hosted General Gowon over the weekend, and this is how it went down. Take a listen.
How are you? I'm fine. Very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I came to see him and to thank him for all the good work that he's doing for the country. We had a look at all the good work that the president is doing and the progress that Nigeria is making economically and otherwise.
What areas do you want him to improve on as it goes on?
Isn't he doing the best he can all round? So there is no particular place. Every other area, political, economic, social, etc. Well, and of course, the major problem that we have today, the security in the area, and all, he's doing everything to deal with those for the good of, for the good of all Nigeria. So there is no particular place. He's got to look after the interests of Nigeria in all areas. And I'm happy about that.
Figure of peace in Nigeria. People know you as a voice of peace, talking to people. What do you tell Nigerians in view of about now recent situation we have in the country?
Well, if I say that the problem that is happening today, it is only the government today, that's Mr. President, that can really deal with it, and he is dealing with it the best he can without creating any problem for Nigeria and for and for the country.
Thank you.
So I can assure you, I cannot say anything, on that. The government is handling it the best it can to ensure that Nigeria, in the end, achieve the peace that it that it deserves, that it requires and it deserves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love how the president bowed. The man's very cultured to greet General Gowon. Really nice. And great stuff from General Gowon about what's happening in Nigeria. And I like the way he also spoke about what the president is doing to make things better. Before we go on, I'll just read something here. Dr. Badru says, I hope the Southeast won't feel too important. I don't know about that. And I wonder why, by the way. I think I should just pause to talk about, that question you asked. I wonder, what's the stress about? Like, what's the need? Now, I get it that in politics, you want to get the numbers however you can. Well, I will tell you this. If you like, buy Dubai as a city and transfer to the Southeast, they still will not vote for you, Tinubu. That is a fact. Unless, let me see, what would make them not vote? Maybe if Peter Obi is not there, even then, Tinubu cannot win in the Southeast. I mean, all things being equal, looking at the antecedent, especially if Peter Obi is on the ticket, Tinubu cannot win in the Southeast. But maybe it would at least get some numbers, right? Better than what he did the last time. But the question is it worth all these freezers? Let me play something to you so you guys will have an idea. Even if you can't see, you hear something. Take a listen.
God will bless you. 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 Oh my God, all my children, we vote for you. We vote for you. We vote for you. We vote for you.
So the guy is saying all the children will vote for Tinubu. They are all standing in front of deep freezers. Now I get it, like you want people to vote. The reason I think Nigerian politicians generally need to have a meeting where they actually have a conversation with themselves. And here's a question I have for them if they're listening. The people who actually support you, right? Forget the freezers. I think it's. Can you give them electricity at least? Like you can give anybody, you can give folks in Southeast freezer. But can you give the people in the South? Can you give them electricity at least? Like something that they can work with. I think they shouldn't take their supporters for granted. The feeling like this one is done. I'm just going to go somewhere.
My mom teaches me new things.
1 second. All right. You feel like that's in the bank already. I'm just going to go, to the place where they're not really going to vote for me. So that way, I'll be able to actually, But to be fair, they still have a lot of time to do things for folks in the Southwest. But generally speaking, I don't understand the significance. And if you do, when you come up, please come and tell us. I don't understand the significance of. It doesn't even look like empowerment to me. I don't know how to put it. It just doesn't look good. Why? That's the group that did not care about you. So the only thing they can do is to make sure that the people that cared about them, they actually do more for them, essentially. And not just about freezers, as far as I'm concerned, about actually deliverables, like, make things right for them, and if you like, give them freezers as well, though. Anyway, I'm sure the women were happy, and whether they're from the west or from the east, I'm glad that a lot of them, they look like market women, so that means that they'll be able to have something to maybe do business and sell water and, soft drinks, which is good. I'm happy for those ones, but I think politicians need to get a bit more serious, especially with their own base, and not to take their base for granted, assuming that, oh, we're good here, we're just gonna. And I know this to be true, that no matter what it does in the southeast, I doubt. Never say never, right? But I don't think they're going to really vote for Tinubu like that. I don't think so. They'll collect it, which is okay. Whether they vote for him, that's left for them to decide. All right, let's move on. News items of events. The Minister of Aviation, Barrister Professor Kiamo, talked about what the hybrid payment systems are working on, this time at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. If you haven't heard about what he had to say, please take a listen.
Pushed me, Mr. President gave me a deadline. It was very clear. It was very clear that I have a deadline. He said, Minister of Aviation, you have a deadline to go fully cashless. And the moment Mr. President has pushed me, I will also push those under me. Before Mr. President sacks me, I will sack other people too. So hold on. I will sack other people too. Because before now, I left the implementation fully to FAN. And so the nitty-gritties were worked out by FAN. All right? But as minister, I take full responsibility because I would not leave my fate in the hands of any other person. And that's why I'm here today, to take my own fate into my hands, to see how they are implementing the hybrid system. But guess what? This will not last. I repeat, it will not last. Because it breeds corruption for us to continue to collect cash. I will not allow it. It has been happening in the last 50 years that FAN collects cash in all their points, and some people are used to that corrupt system. These people are in trouble, FAN. FAN? The FAN, they are in my soup already, FAN. We must not do VIP here again. Because half of our revenue goes to VIP. They go to VIP that just pass it without paying. Okay? Ministers like us, National Assembly members, members of all kinds of agencies, everybody is a big man in Abuja, in Nigeria. That's the problem. To be honest, there's hardly anybody you see SSA, SSA, TTTA. Yes, and they will all want to come and pass free at the airports. Everybody's a big man in Abuja. And I said, no, we can't do that.
I like that thing about everybody's a big man in Abuja. Well, that's actually true. You just don't know who you're talking to, but should they not pay their dues? They should. They should. Someone on YouTube, this is Fanyan Akiomaki, says the same Sheyi gave 20 million to the lady that's based in Canada cooking in front of Abbas Palace. But Sheyi came out later to say he was not the one that gave her the money. That was maybe like his associates put money together and gave to her. I need to ask these folks, like, what exactly are you pandering to? I don't get it. There's no you look at the numbers, right, and then you look at the fact that these people already made up their minds, and you're wondering why do you guys go overboard? It's as if you're trying to prove that, hey, we also like you. Like, and I'm not saying you hate anybody, but what's all this unnecessary? Nobody does that where they come from. In fact, when I was reading about what happened in Cross River State, when they started giving these guys freezers and stuff in Imo, people were happy, no worry. They were happy until the so-called village boys, that's obedient, according to Charlie Boy, call them village boys, those are the obedient people, went in there and scattered everything, right? Interesting, like I said earlier, they went to Rivers State and did the same thing. But here's something I found from Twitter, actually. This person is called Amaka. He says, we don't, excuse me. He says, we don't want any other party here apart from APC. It's not politics, it is intimidation. When meetings of opposition parties like the ADC are disrupted simply because they exist, it raises serious concerns about the health of democracy in Nigeria. So someone is saying that, oh, why are this, saying we don't want another party apart from APC in Cross River State, that this is going to be against the health of democracy in Nigeria. But you just disrupted other people's meetings in Imo State. APC is sharing stuff. And then after a while, they scattered everything. And then they are doing it to your party in Cross River State. Then you remember something called the health of democracy in Nigeria. Are you joking? That's why I wonder how even at the young one or at the old one, everybody thinks exactly the same way. It's a shame. And so it looks like it's going to be, like they say on Twitter, aura for aura or aura for aura. If you're doing something in Imo and you're happy about it, disrupting APC's meeting, even though I don't understand what the empowerment thing was all about, personally, I don't get it. I think it's pandering. Politicians pander, I get that, but this one is on another level. But, I mean, it's politics. But while that was going on, ADC folks went there and disrupted, obedient ADC/, they call them village boys, disrupted it. That's bad, Abi. But he said, yay! In fact, what he said here is just vulgar. I can't read it out. What Charlie Boy said, his last line, if I put that, you'll be able to read it yourself. Just nonsense. So you are happy and you're cheering them. Well, it's not happening in Cross Rivers. They're saying that we don't want ADC in our place. You're now saying, oh, how about the health of democracy? How come everything is always one-sided and you're always playing this thing where you're playing the game where you're never consistent with anything. Whatever suits you is what everybody has to abide by. It's nonsense. Dr. Badru says, let's see if Joy Okpe will carry both news of the one against the opposition only. It is well with them. It's just quite sad. Would I want them to disrupt whatever party meetings they have in Cross River, ADC meetings? Of course not. It's politics. It's democracy. People can, freedom of choice, freedom of association and all of that, yes. But you can't do for someone and think they will not come back for you. They will. And at this rate, like I said, the OR for how we plenty, everybody will be fine. And speaking of everybody being fine, the Nigerian army put out a statement over the weekend, and apparently folks from the south have been spreading, I would say it's false information about the Nigerian army. And it got to a point, Nigerian army said, you know what, we want you to say here, I'll read you the beginning of what they said. It said, hyper propaganda, Operation Udoka invites media organizations, civil society groups to verification tour of Osu Eketutu, Mother Valley, Osu Hihi Teokwa in Imo State. Give me a second. I want to read you the full thing. So we're still going to be in the southeast for a bit. Just give me a second. Let me find you the full story. All right. The attention of Headquarters Operation Udoka and 82 Division Nigerian Army has been drawn to social media viral posts alleging that the images published, I'll take it from the beginning. This is from the Nigerian Army. Hyper propaganda. Operation Udoka invites media organizations, civil society groups to verification tour of Osu Eketutu, Mother Valley, Osu Hiiteokwa in Imo State. The attention of Headquarters Operation Udoka and 82 Division Nigerian Army has been drawn to social media viral posts alleging that the images published on 12 March 2026, along with a media release on Nigerian Army social media handles, showing recovered improvised explosive devices, IEDs, from Osu Eketutu Mother Valley and Osu Hiiteokwa in Imo State were fake and manipulated. I'll explain all this in English later. For the record, the devices and the images released were recovered during the ongoing operations Eastern Sanity, conducted simultaneously in Imo and Anambra states, as stated in the media releases on this operation. However, the geolocation on the pictures were blurred for operational security reasons and not for any ulterior motives, as being propagated by indigenous people of Biafra sympathizers on the social media. It is not again saying that troops have completely dislodged many camps, hideouts, and IED making factories belonging to IPOB and its armed wing, Eastern Security Network, in the Mother Valley General area. Let me explain what they're saying. They put out this news report on 12th of March saying that, they went to a particular place in Imo State, disabled IEDs, and the full meaning of that is improvised explosive devices. They said the Nigerian army was lying, that those things were not in their own space. In fact, let me read to you what some of the things they said here. It said IPOB teams of fake news merchants led on Twitter by Harry the Digot, that Chigotista, and on Facebook by Ada Igbo Global, have manipulated the metadata of the images released with blood metadata, along with the press release on 12 March 2026, imposing another geolocation reading Lagos and Oyo State. They have also chosen to use ethnic identity of a serving officer rather than engage with the substance of the security operation. These acts show how IPOB ESN can stoop so low to manipulate the good people of Igbo land and Nigeria as a whole. The emphasis on ethnicity rather than facts represents the very foundation of the divisive narratives being propagated by IPOB ESN to undermine peace and stability in the southeast and national cohesion in our dear country. What are they saying here? This thing happened in Imo State. They took pictures. They decided to blur the metadata, the information that people that might tell you exactly in terms of geolocation, that tell you exactly where that thing happened for security issues. These clowns now wrote Lagos and Ibadan and Oyo State Ibadan and put it out, telling people that thing was found in the southwest. Your house is on fire. They're trying to help you quench that fire. You are saying it's not your house, it's another person's house. You are putting it on social media, telling the world that the Nigerian army has done that because they're talking about Igbo land. And for the avoidance of doubt, this is not about one or two people saying something. This is the images are here, by the way. The full images with the metadata, Hihial Anambra State, Nkweri Anambra, Then they showed the one that was manipulated by IPOB propagandists and put on social media. I saw this over the weekend. It's just quite sad that they will do this. To not make matters worse, after the Nigerian army posted this, these guys went on Twitter and did this thing, what they call this, community notes, to say that the third image proves further that the Nigerian army is maliciously manipulating these images. There is no place on earth named Nkwere in Anambra. Also, Harry is consistently anti-IPOB and so on and so forth. These are people you are trying to help. That's why I feel concerned when people are always going, just trying to prove that they are Kinikon one Nigeria. They don't want your help. Is it by force? Just do what you have to do. Like, I'm not saying don't help, but do what you have to do, but don't go around trying to convince. Just do what you have to do and get out of the place. Can you imagine? They're trying to help you. You're telling the world that is not happening in your Anambra or Imo State, it's happening in Lagos and in Oyo State. What's the sense in that? They should allow these people to burn everywhere down. The only problem is that's the funny thing, Sha. When they burn everything down, now still southwest they will all come to. That's the only concern. So they should help them, but they shouldn't have to explain themselves. I just don't think it makes sense to pander towards folks like that. That's what I think. If you don't agree, that's okay, but that's my stance. Well, let's move away from that and focus on what's really happening in Lagos State. There's no bomb, there's no IED in Lagos. Everything is good, but there's something quite nice happening in Lagos. It started on Saturday. Actually, there was an event on Saturday where the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, they had what they called a symbolic flag off of the reintroduced statewide monthly environmental. For a very long time, we've not been having that in Lagos State. And we all know why. If you don't know why, I'll tell you. And I'll try not to mention anybody's name. Some people took the state government to court, saying that why should they inhibit their right to freedom of movement on Saturday mornings? Why should they have to say they shouldn't move? And so the court, so they won in court essentially, and since then, folks don't clean up on Saturdays. People just live their lives, and then you hear people start saying that Lagos is smelling. And one of those people that actually went to court that made a lot of headline at the time is actually from the southeast. That's the crazy part. There's also another Yoruba-Benin that was shouting the other day, like, why should they stop him from moving around? There's something called collective good. It's not every day, it's once a month. You can structure your movement, you can plan your time that once a month, so they're going to clean your environment. No, you must move to prove to us that you have right of movement or freedom of movement. But the good thing is that they are introducing it now, and the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, were at Mushin on Saturday for the flag off of that of the monthly environmental sanitation exercise. I'm going to read this from Toko Wahab, who is the Commissioner of the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, Lagos. He says here, I am pleased to inform all Lagosians that the monthly environmental sanitation exercise will resume effective Saturday, 25th April 2026, holding on the last Saturday of every month from 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. It's not actually good. It should be like 9:30. 8:30 is good. 8:30 is good. Let me not say. Let's even start first. During this period, residents are enjoined to clean their surroundings, clear drainage channels in their frontages, and dispose of waste properly as a civic responsibility. This exercise is a collective responsibility and a vital part of our commitment to a cleaner, healthier, and flood-resilient Lagos. And it shall be backed with the full enforcement weight of the Lagos State government. They should please go to the House of Assembly. They need to actually enact. I hope they've done it, sir. They have to come up with a law that mandates people to sit in their homes, unless of course there's an emergency or something like that. But we need to clean up, And that's the funny thing. You say a place is smelling, they say let us clean it, then you say that you have a right to move. Anyway, we are coming to the end of the news section. We're going to go to the topic very soon. Yoruba-Benin. Move on. President Tinubu appoints Fola Adeola to chair presidential task force. And suddenly, Otepora. Give me a second, let me find it. What happened? Okay. So Fola Adeola, of course, you probably know this, that Fola Adeola is co-founder of Guarantee Trust Bank himself, and Tayo Adeniokun founded GTB back in the day. President Tinubu appoints Fola Adeola to chair Presidential Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. So the chairman is Fola Adeola, of course you've heard. He's a co-founder of Guarantee Trust Bank and founder, chairman of the Faith Foundation. Members are Demola Adeyemi Bero, Osage Okumbo, Abubakar Suleiman, Daisy Aguele, Farouk Gumel, Philippa Osakwe Okoye, Sheibela, and Mofoluwasho Fadayomi. So this is quite good. Of course, he has worked with the federal government before. He helped with the pension scheme, the Pension Reforms Committee, back years. Sorry, guys. It's getting very windy. So he worked with the Pensions Reforms Committee, back in the day, and we hope that he'll be able to, help with the Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. Very quickly, I'm trying to rush so that we can get to this topic. There's just one more thing I want to play. Video is from Babai. He's not the ambassador to UN. Jimoh Ibrahim. Give me a second. I'll play it for you, and then we can move on later. Oh shoot. Number. Beautiful. Found it. Alright, take a listen. So this is Senator Jimoh Ibrahim speaking on Nigeria's economic balance. It was on Channel TV a while back, and he had this to say. Please take a listen.
I work on data. Even Tinubu is not there after his 8 years, I will still talk on data. Buhari printed 30 trillion naira. So you want Tinubu to do magic to replace that 30 trillion naira?
Buhari of APC.
Of APC, yes.
You belong to.
Of course, of APC.
Is that not a failure of your party?
Well, if you look at party aggregates and you are looking at individual government, you didn't have no question about the performance of APC.
I thought
so
government is
I'm just giving you a cautionary
statement. And Bola Tinubu said he's
now,
going to continue on what Buhari said.
If you printed 30 trillion naira, it means you lent yourself
under your
30 trillion
under your
naira.
party's watch.
So that's a problem. So when Bola Tinubu came in, and I said this to him when he came in, sir, let us publish the data that we are inheriting. But people say that because we're in the same political party, it's cause of distraction. Bola Tinubu meant 0.5% cash in GDP. You want to buy Bank or First Bank, right? The asset is 1 billion naira, but the cash at hand is 50 million. She want to withdraw 100 million in Odisha. Jimoh want to withdraw 100 million of his own money in Lagos. Now, the total money at hand is 50 million. Where is the asset to sell? First Bank or quickly sell the asset, you have to be depositors fund. Now, in the country like Nigeria, where you have 0.5% cash to GDP, what magic do you want to perform? You pay salary, you pay consolidated fund, you will service debt, all within 0.5. And lastly, don't forget also that debt to GDP ratio was 96%. You made first class. You understand what I'm talking about? So you know figures are important. So if that means that when you have the 100 naira income, you use 96 naira to pay debt. So the remaining 4 naira. That's what Buhari left us. So when you have all these metrics, it takes time for the government to settle down. Now, what is Tinubu thinking about? I talked to you this evening. He's thinking about the fact that, okay, with the rising price of domestic oil, and then, of course, the crude oil price is going, it needs to distill many palliative to solve macroeconomic problems that may arise from Iran and Israel and United States. But these are not things you can do in one day. And don't forget, Nigeria don't even have data bank where you can get these figures out very quickly and be able to know how to make projection. Because accounting is historical. Data is futuristic. If I have data, I can project, I can plan, I can show what I want to do. But if it's about accounting, it's about what have been spent, who stole what, who didn't carry what, and EFCC pursued that. What EFCC can pursue is spent money, not projected money.
But, I agree with the foundational indices that you have laid, which is a mess of an economy that Bola Tinubu met on the ground. Yeah. But where you have refused to go into is the immediate policy President Bola Tinubu made when he got into office, and it escalated in less than 48 hours he got into office without a strategy. And that's what experts and critics are saying. That yes, you may agree that these are some of the decisions that world economists are saying that we should have taken, but were there plans to have taken, and President Tinubu has been blamed of plunging Nigeria into this economic crisis because there were no laid out and properly designed strategy in mitigating the impact of those decisions. He made those three major decisions, and Nigerian economy became a mess.
Now, what is strategy? Let us just take it from the elementary level.
Let's take it for the first one. The removal of oil subsidy.
They're all strategy now.
I'm saying let's take it one after the other. For example, strategy in removing oil subsidy.
For example, if you leave the oil subsidy to be there, with 0.5% cash to GDP, 96 debt financing, and you still want to go ahead with $77 billion low debt, and you want to go ahead and keep subsidy. Economy was already a dangerous zone.
Well, don't you think it needs cushioning?
You have to cushion with what?
Landing,
that is when I came here. That is when I came here last time. I remember, and I said, borrow money and do a bridge finance to take away $77 billion away, borrow 100, and then get a distance of 50. So you get $20 billion distance. You pay off 50 with 77. Then you borrow 100. You have 50. Then your dollar stabilizes and it goes on. You lambasted me here, and so a few days after, our Minister of Finance, Minister of Economy, came out to say, "Oh, we will finance domestically." But eventually, what happened? We started borrowing because we have to borrow. The lending market will disappear, and if it disappears, you are doomed. It means you have to borrow yourself. Borrowing yourself means ways and means.
And you are in the National Assembly. You saw how disastrous our management of federal budget has been.
What is that?
The kind of economy that brings any kind of confidence?
Look, I am even a member of appropriation. What is disastrous about
the implementation level?
What implementation?
And even the disbursements of money. MDAs are complaining about...
what you can say here is capital project versus recurrent expenditure. Recurrent is funded 100%. Capital project couldn't get a face in the last year budget. Then we had a consolidated budget to say whatever income we make in month 1, 2, 3 of 2026 will be used to fund capital project. 30% environment have been released, to start capital project of 2025. But this project was 100%, fixed. The only thing what Tinubu can probably do is maybe he can manage some little level of waste, in time of looking at the strategy, the structure. Even if you have a strategy to do that, the structure will not allow him to do it because the structure is a big problem. Strategy is financing, a course of action, allocation of resources to finance a course of action. A course of action is our Renew Hope agenda. Anything we do, we put resources to fund it. The structure is not communicating with the strategy.
But the average person
give me one.
In the rural
I will come to the
he's saying that there's more burden and more poverty.
I will come to the average person. Now, the structure. We inherited the structure. Bola Tinubu inherited that. And I don't think he can change the structure in the way and manner he probably contemplated before he came to office that he want to change the structure. That's not possible.
I wish that the last question, towards the end, that interruption by Sheon Okinbaloye would zero in on that conversation about the structure. I really wish it did. But it's fond of saying the average person doesn't have rice, doesn't have food. And it's true. But there's a point you get to where you actually get serious with conversations. You can't bring everybody. You have several guests, and almost every one of them, if you're from APC, you tell them that some people cannot eat, some people cannot. Elevate the conversation just a bit. The man is trying to get somewhere with strategy versus structure. I expected him to actually zero in on that, but it's the normal thing is the average person cannot. Even when there is even when prices of food have crashed, essentially, you say, "Oh, the average person cannot eat." It's not. It's important that the average person is able to eat, but what is talking to you about? That's actually what's the word now? That's the basis of your conversation. You are talking about the peripherals and the effects or whatever it is that's happening. It's telling you about the root cause. Instead of you to go in there, you're shouting the average person on the street. Anyway, all the best to the average person. All the best to all of us. Nobody should suffer. But I just wanted to play you that. I just think it's important that, folks, by the way, people working in Nigerian television, but it takes a lot of work, to be honest. And I think a lot of them are working. They're doing well, but they can do a lot better. There's a way you ask questions that your guest knows that, okay, it's beyond just the let me play the devil's advocate kind of thing, which is what I think a lot of them try to do, right? But we've got to go beyond that if we're really thinking of growth, especially in the media space. Anyway, there's not much to say to what Senator Jim Ibrahim said. I just felt I should play it. But while he was talking about, the present predecessor and what money they met and the GDP to cash ratio and so on and so forth, well, the president himself said he was willing to take he accepts both the assets and the liability of his late predecessor. Take a listen to President Bola Tinubu on this.
At the time we have to confront the subsidy, Nigeria was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. But having asked for the job and getting it, I can look back other than make corrections as I move along, save the nation, bring it back from the brinks. Today I can stand proudly before you that we are back from that brinks. Can you imagine a nation that is owing the airline for reimbursement of their tickets and galloping exchange rates, galloping inflation? Yes, I accept the asset and liability of my predecessor because I asked for the job and it was given to me, right? So I have to do it. But if anybody tells you it's easy, it's a lie. You people are.
That was the president talking to media practitioners, editors, and so on and so forth. Folks in the media space, journalists, over the weekend, and I think that's good. Taking responsibility for stuff without saying, "Oh, see what they give to me." You said you went to do the job, now you have it, do something with it. I'm glad that he's actually leading Nigeria at this particular moment. Just going to read a few things from the comment sections on YouTube and here on TikTok. Let me go to YouTube first. Good evening, Mr. Rotimi. Good evening, everybody. Hello, Mr. Latunde Dediro. Thank you very much for joining us. Your mind says FFK attacking prowess is best known in Nigeria. I guess I was talking about the conversation we had earlier. Ojoge on TikTok says, Prof, usually there's a producer putting words in their mouth or ears in the background as well. Yes. Both of them, Mati and Tom Sorati and Tom Foros Mwaleti. I think that this is what I think. I think that people should actually do more research. Let's be this way. Media folks need to read books. Let me just go straight. If you're working in the media space, please read books. And of course, you may not know everything. For instance, if you're talking finance, most time I'll tell you someone to come up, I'll read the news, I'll tell you what I think, but if you want to analyze it and go deep, I'll ask someone who is actually a specialist in that area to speak on it. That's okay. But if you're taking something, if you're interviewing somebody, at least research something beyond every time is the same question. People are hungry. I'm not saying people are not hungry. I'm not saying the question doesn't even make sense. I'm sure it has its place. But there's a way it makes you feel as a listener, like Sheko sink on me, tell Sonny. Like, is there nothing else that can actually make us even feel like we are educated people? You are ask questions that will explain to the average person why what is happening, not just trying to defend against what is happening. Oh, they are hungry. Okay, so what should you now say? You go and give them food. You will see eventually have to explain. And the reason I'm just like this is because I like structural conversations in Nigeria, because Nigeria's problem is very, very structured. I'm not saying that's the only problem. People should eat. People have to eat. We have issues with fuel. We have everything is skyrocketing. Yes, but why? Because if we're not asking why, then why do you have a media platform? Just be shouting Mekunu, Mekunu. I get what you're saying. Ajibolo says it's more of a Mekunu kind of question. Yes, and it's important. Just to be clear, I'm not saying it's not important. It's important, but when you have different kinds of guests, and before they say two things, the poor people are not eating. Okay, so what will you now do with that question? Even if you are talking about macroeconomics, of course, to the average person, it's about food and but maybe some of us want to actually learn from. I mean, do you know what it is to have some of these guests they have on their platforms? It's an opportunity to actually get something out of them beyond the basic. People are hungry. We are taking Mike. I'm going to say Mike. Get the machine for. I don't know. Everybody will be alright, I guess. I said the last video was the last one, Abi. There's one more last one I just discovered. I'll play it for you guys. I hope you like it. This happened in Abia State over the weekend. Please listen and be blessed. Go play. Here are you, Mombo. Okay, Mombo. I'll play. You shall play. You shall listen and be blessed. Just a second. Then I'll maybe something from Showore before we go. Sean Obankwa says it's basically lazy journalism playing opposition politics. Something like that. That's why I say they're always trying to play the devil's advocate. Like, let's play the devil's advocate. Let me just ask this kind of question. But at some point, you're like, okay, can we elevate? Can we? I get the question. Now you have asked that question. Thank God. Now let's move to something else. It is well. All right, here's what I said you should listen to, and then I'll play you something from Showore. Take a listen, please.
We are right here at gate, trying to board the car that LSOT brought out that is going to Aba. And there are people that have been waiting for the past 2 hours here. As you can see, there are a lot of people here. There is no bus going to Aba. I don't know where. I don't know. The driver says the authority gave them all that there's a train bus to Aba. And there are a lot of people here stranded. And these people have collected our money. They have given us cards. We have the card here, and our money is inside this card. Yet, we cannot board these buses to Aba. We are just stranded here for over 1 hour, over 2 hours. A lot of people are here. This is not nice. So I want this thing to get to understand so that they talk about people are so disappointed involved with this car because so many people will never get transport to go down inside this car. And they cannot even board to Aba. Thousands of people are here complaining. And this is what happened is they give us this car. This is so wrong. LSO should talk to these people that are controlling this thing. If their management is not working hard, they should take away those management. Here, one day, they will ask you.
Let me explain what you just listened to. This gentleman and a lot of people are at the bus stop. They're waiting for buses. He claimed that they had already paid and they had cards that were given, but the buses were not available. So he's asking the governor to actually do something about it and provide buses. I think that's okay. Just like the girl that was talking in Lagos last week, complaining about bus services. And I feel like, I mean, she's a resident in Lagos. She has every right to talk about it, of course, until it becomes this cloud chasing thing that she eventually now started doing. So it became a cloud chasing exercise. But initially, what she was talking about is actually fair. So this young man is in Abia State and he's complaining about something similar. I'm just going to read some of the responses in the comment section. Now listen and be blessed. Oga, you are lazy. Go and enter private transport. You too like free things. That's Henry Okoronkwo. Eric says, we have many foolish people in Nigeria. Okore says, Oga, you're lazy. Go and enter private transport. Why is it writing the same thing as Henry? You too like free things as old as you are. Still waiting to enter free bus. Shame on you. Making videos showing how foolish you are. If you can't wait, go and find another bus and go Ewu Hausa. And I see Ikubo says, the best thing Abia citizens can do is to invest in this government transport project. work partner with government to provide more buses, just like BRT is doing in Lagos. And then somebody says, very stupid somebody, if you can't wait, go and enter another bus, Aturu. What does that mean? What does Aturu mean? Sincerely, I want to learn. What does Aturu mean? It says people, they buy tickets, reach airports and flights will be cancelled. Turkey like you. Anyway, essentially, most of the things then are so that they insult them. It's not a must you enter government bus. You have other transporters. We have been traveling when the bus hasn't been introduced. What are you noticing here? You notice, oh, Aturu means Aguntan. Oh, thank you, Olayin Kaladejo. Thank you. Now, don't learn something now. So is that why they call people Aturu? Oh. They're just insulting this guy. You're a very big fool. Can't you go out and enter bus? Zoological human hey. Before the bus, which one did they enter before? See, here's the point. And this is why I'm reading this. When the girl asked the government in Lagos to do something last week, I felt she had the right to do so because she lived in Lagos, and that's okay. An Igbo person in Igbo land is asking for the same thing, and he's been told that, you know, what were you doing before this bus? Can you not go and enter transport, private transport and everything? Just to tell you that it's easier to, that when people push back, they know why they're pushing back. Let me just put it that way. Because the things you can't take where you come from, you somehow, let this guy, if this video would have been made in, let's say, Yaba, or anywhere outside the Southeast, they will start insulting the government of that place. It's a shame though, because it shows that people have not really evolved, and that's the truth about it. Last video, this is the very last one, then I'll bring anybody that wants to speak up, and then I can go to the topic of today, Yoruba-Benin connection. It's going to be lovely, and we're about to start. Let's just take one more from
Tinubu in the Southeast now.
This is from Omoyele Shore.
Kano is in jail today because he's different from Sunday Igboho. Yes. If Nnamdi Kanu were to be Sunday Igboho, he would be campaigning for Tinubu in the Southeast now. Yes. Because it's the same terms that they gave to Sunday Igboho that he accepted that Nnamdi Kanu has rejected over the last 10 years. So please don't insult it. I don't know what he will do tomorrow, but the Nnamdi Kanu that I went to campaign for in Aba last week is a heresy to compare the two of them. As per Sunday Igboho, who I don't know too well, but I've always stated that their own brand of politics is what they call Amala politics in Oyo State. It is politics of chop I chop. It is what they used to call during in the Southeast, or Robombo. Rub my back, I rub your back. So, but what Sunday Igboho is going to quickly realize is that it's going to be in the hall of infamy. Yes. Like the Nzeribes of this world, who once said that if Babangida did not become president, he will kill himself. Yes. Right? Both him and Babangida have become invalid. You know, it's like Daniel Kanu, who said if Abacha did not become president, he will kill himself. Abacha has died. His own political career died forever. It's like Baba Adedibu in Ibadan, who says that Obasanjo, if he doesn't do third time, he will kill himself. He has also died. So these are ideas that will not last. And I have no doubt that Sunday Igboho has just automatically, if he was ever relevant, just retired himself into the infamy of the people I mentioned. And his own might be worse, because the whole community might be cooking for him very soon. I will go to anywhere in Nigeria to campaign, and I want to see him come and stop me. And I'm sure he will never try it. So some of it is also psychological. They are just using them to scare you so that you won't stand up, you know, because they know if Tinubu is truly supported by 33 governors, why is he afraid of? Why is he afraid of rallies? Yeah, that tells you that it is the governors that are becoming the people.
It's a lot. I'm not going to listen to everything because of time. Over time, different people rebrand. So I think Shore's new focus and project is to get, I don't know if he's planning to get Nnamdi Kanu out of Sokoto, It looks like that's what he's trying to do, but I don't know if this is how to get it done. When there's nothing to say to it, the comparison between Nnamdi Kanu and what's his name, Sunday Igboho, is actually nauseating. I hear it a lot, and I'm wondering what's the basis. There's no basis for comparison. There's nothing to compare, right? And all the best to them. They should keep insulting everybody and traveling the world. He went to Aba last week. They said they didn't want him to protest. What was the protest like in Aba? And why didn't they join him and push? But I like what he's doing. Everybody needs a messiah, and if he's the one that has been sent to help folks in the southeast, then who am I to stop him? May God give them grace. Now to today's topic. I see nobody's sending requests, so we're going to move very quickly. It's even good. Oh, perfect, man. So, little housekeeping before we get into today's topic. If you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. Thank you for the 25.5k likes. It's actually quite nice, but we've got to go higher. And I'll please ask that you click on the heart icon up here and drop heart means drop gifts so that we can get to the FYP on TikTok. For folks on YouTube, please power tap. MDA816, thank you very much on YouTube for gingering our people to power tap. So please let's do that. We can also, apparently you can do that on YouTube as well. You're gonna have a great time today, and we'll learn a lot. All right, so last week was on Friday. We had an interesting session here, and somebody came up with something interesting about Ondo. It was something that I just found in the comment section. Fantastic person, but that particular statement I had to correct. Trying to say that they were connected to Oyo and so on and so forth. So, if you're not here, I'll just quickly explain without going into the details. So the person was like, okay, so Ondo people, we're talking about Ife actually, we're talking about Ife and the pavements of the 10th, 11th century. And then the person now said, oh, somehow we got to Ondo, and it was like, oh, Moyo. And I was like, no, that's not true. That's not Ondo story. That's a fabrication from Oyo. And then I read a couple of books and that established the fact that the founder of Ondo, Ode Ondo, is a woman named Pupupu. Okay. And the title, and then she had a son called Airo. Actually, when they were babies, Pupupu herself, and her brother happened to be a set of twins. And they were actually in Ife. But they had some things happened. I mean, to be honest, at that particular point in their lives, having twins was not the best news that you could have as a parent. Sorry, now there's a little beeping. Just give me 30 seconds, please. I'm just going to switch over. All right. Thank you very much for staying tuned. So, we're talking about how, Ndo and other places, if and others were connected, and then the person came up with the idea that, oh, it was from Oyo. So I was trying to correct it and say that at the particular time in our history, having twins was not a very good thing. Okay, it could lead to the death of those babies. And how we evolved, that's talk for another day. But like in many cultures across the world, certain types of children were not necessarily seen as God's blessings. Of course, over time we evolved and we understood that it's double blessing rather than a threat to anything. I'm trying to catch my breath. But we'll get into all of those things later. Anyway, the point is, the mother of those twins, she escaped Ife and then went to Ekpe. She had two, of course, twins too, a girl and a boy. With they grew up, the boy grew up, the girl grew up. The boy became the Ebumawe of Agoiwoye in present-day Ogun State today. The girl, Pukuku, became the founder of Odiondo, and the title of Semowe is connected. So that's why I always say to people that Ebumawe and Semowe are actually connected. And whether one is in Ondo State and the other one is in Ogun State does not change the fact that they have been connected from the womb. Okay? And so we're trying to explain that it was actually Ife. But what happened was that Oyo writers, particularly Samuel Johnson, had written that they were connected from Oyo and Oyo and Ondo were connected. And so the writer of the book I read that day, Stephen Banji Akintoye, was saying that there was probably a way to kind of create a connection between Oyo and Ondo, all right, to make them closer, right, rather than take everything back to Ife. And that conversation led to the fact that a lot of things that have happened with history from Oyo has happened because people wanted to throw off their source or their origin or their connection to the past. And a lot of people do that. Even in our day, you have people who feel like, I'm bigger than wherever I'm coming from. I don't want anybody to attach me to the past. I don't want to sever ties with the past. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's just effort and futility. And that conversation led to also talking about Benin. When folks were like, is that the same thing happening with Benin? And I said, yes. Despite the fact that you see all kinds of things on social media right now, for many years, even I almost fell victim of that in 2000 and I think it was 8 or 9 thereabout. Was reading some things about Ife and Benin connection, and I saw things that, if not that, thank God for books. Those blogs were designed to spread falsehood and revisionism in the name of history about Benin and Oyo, so Benin and Ife and Yoruba connection. But today, based on popular demand, this will be our topic for today. And maybe we're going to have another session on it, but let's start now. One second, please. All right, I'll see whatever you're writing on YouTube. Once you write it, I'll see it, and if it's necessary, I'll read it. Thank you. Tayo Ladejobi. I like your surname. Ojo Oruko Agba. All right, so before we get started at all, we're going to listen to the Oba of Benin, and then from then on we'll go into other things. Okay, this was at his coronation, the present Oba of Benin. Take a listen.
Dudu sent his son Oromia. That Dudu sent his son Oromia at the request of elders of Benin to return with them as ruler of their realm. Oromia's stay in Benin may have been short, but before he left, a child was born to him, who was later crowned Oba, and as is known today, as Eweka the First. Oromia's time in Benin, however short-lived, he was an Oba, and so he was the first Oba after the Ogiso dynasty came to an end. He established Obaship in Benin. By implication, therefore, the listing of past Obas should therefore begin from Oromia, as it is listed in the Gariwa's book. Actually making my revered father 39th Oba that reigned in Benin, if the listing is counted from and should be counted from Oromia. I therefore stand before you today as the 40th Oba of Benin.
All right. So he talked about Oduduwa sending his son Oromio to Benin. Now, a lot of things have been said in the past many years, and I think that's where the whole question started on Friday. People have asked about the Kaladera. He said in this speech, and I think you should even listen to the full thing, because he said in that speech that the idea of a Kaladera is something that they can keep to themselves, but that I don't want to just say it, so it doesn't look like I'm making things up. Take a listen to this.
For a tasty meal.
No tasty meals yet. Engbawe abi, she engbawe. Eko ngbao, ugba engbawe. Mbo. I thought you going to agunju kinilo. Okay, good.
Grace of God Almighty, and in the name of our ancestors, I welcome you all to this auspicious occasion.
Excuse me, I think I should play it in such a way that if any advert comes up, it will not disturb us. So give me a second, let me just try and do it in another way. Okay, this should work.
By the grace of God Almighty, and in the name of our ancestors, I welcome you all to this auspicious occasion. In particular, I welcome His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR Head of State, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, here represented by the very, very able Vice President, Professor Osibanjo. You're welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the events of today mark the end of activities prescribed by customs and tradition for my accession to the revered throne of this ancient kingdom. I accept with faith and humility the destiny which ordained that henceforth I shall be the embodiment and expression of the culture, aspirations, and history of our people. As the principal actor in the events of several months that led to this awesome position, I've had a unique opportunity to reflect on the values and essence of our historical continuum. What royalty represents for our people are justice, peace, and unity. The time-tested, rancor-free succession process bequeathed to us in our customs and tradition is a great tribute to the far-sightedness and wisdom. This collective achievement is a veritable proof of our ability to manage our own affairs. It makes us very proud of our heritage. Today, as the 40th Oba of Benin, a direct descendant of Oromiyan, the son of Oduduwa, whom the Benin people of that era knew as a Kaladiran, their self-exiled prince, who later became ruler in Ile-Ife. The Benin people recognize Oduduwa and his origin, but it is not our place to force this recognition on others outside our boundaries.
That's what I wanted you to hear. The Benin people recognize whatever it is they recognize, but it's not their place to force their recognition outside their boundaries. Why? Because that recognition is not historically factual. The Kaladiran thing that the Oba said, I mean, with all due respect to the Oba, you say that is not the truth of history. Not truth of history, not just according, I'm not saying according to me, I'm saying according to the elders of Benin land. Their own historians, their own history, their own, court chroniclers did not mention that Oduduwa was in any way related to Kaladiran. But there's something I appreciate in what the king said. He said it's not their duty to force folks from outside that are saying to telling themselves. So what we're going to do is, we're not going to start with a Yoruba book. We're going to start with something from Benin people themselves. Today there are many books here. There's a book called there's a book that the Oba himself referred to earlier, A Short History of Benin by Jacob Egariwa. But there's also Intelligence Report on Benin by H.F. Marshall. And there's one I would like us to read, which actually has to tell us, which has to do with when the change happened. When people began to talk about the fact that there was one Kaladiran somewhere, at what point in history did that get introduced, right? And why is it that there is a lot of disagreement about that particular point in the historiography of Benin people? Having said that, let's begin with the Intelligence Report on Benin. This is by H.F. Marshall. Give me a second. I want to see what's happening on YouTube, so let me just get this on. Let's get it on. If you know that song, don't sing it. All right. What page is that now? I'm going to read to you starting with this one, then I'll read Jacob Egariwa later. But I think it's even better to read Egariwa. Why? Because he's the son of the soil, apparently. So let's start with him. Give me a second, let me find you that book. Okay, good. Brilliant. Good. So this book was published in 1936 by Jacob Egariwa. It says many years ago, Oduduwa of Uhe, in bracket Ile-Ife. Why do you do that? Because Benin is called Ife Uhe. And he wrote there in bracket Ile-Ife, the father and progenitor of the Yoruba kings, sent his eldest son, Obagodo, who took the title of Oba with a large retinue all the way from Uhe, to found a kingdom in this part of the world. At the moment of his departure, his father gave him a charm in the form of a snail shell containing some earth to invest him with absolute power and right over the lands that should come under his sway. Hence, the power and right ever since to the present day of every reigning Oba of Benin as the lord and owner of the land. Before we go on, let me just quickly tell you if you notice something. He said that the elder son of Oduduwa, Obagodo, went to Benin and I took on the title of Oba. In actual fact, it wasn't Oba, it was Ogiso. You will get it from other books, but you understand why. Because there are two separate dynasties. There's the Ogiso dynasty and there's the Oba dynasty. The Oba dynasty, according to what you just heard from the Oba of Benin right now, actually began with Oromiyan. This was way before Oromiyan. This was before this was at the beginning of the Ogiso dynasty itself. So this person called Obagodo, according to Egareva, is supposed to be the son of Odudua. It says the elder son of Odudua, Obagodo, took the title of Oba with a large retinue all the way from Uhe. Oba with a large retinue all the way from Uhe, again Ile-Ife, to found a kingdom in this part of the world. At the moment of his departure, his father gave him a charm in the form of a snail shell containing some earth to invest him with absolute power and right over the lands that should come under his sway. Hence, the power and right ever since to the present day of every reigning Oba of Benin as the lord and owner of the land. The snail shell of earth was afterwards modeled in brass and preserved in the royal palace as a memorial and an evidence of the fact of posterity. The reign of Ogiso. So you see, it's the same book. So you see what he was talking about, essentially. The reign of Ogiso was a long course of misrule, failure, and anxiety. For instance, it used to be said of him, Ogiso Mamiemwe Efiagba. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. We are learning Edo small. Ogiso Mamiemwe Efiagba, meaning Ogiso never convened a meeting except in times of trouble and crisis. Domestic worries added to his weakness. He had numerous wives, but only one bore him a son. The rest therefore complained because they had no children, owing to their persistent worry. Ogiso was compelled to send his senior wife Esago alone to consult the oracle for him to know the cause of the barrenness. By the way, this story may sound like, why are we doing this? Why are we not just talking books? Just pay attention. This is a definitive history of Benin. This is the very first one ever written. That's what I'm reading before reading any other book. Written by Egareva, was first published in 34 in Edo language and in 36 in English language. So this is very, very important. It may sound like story, but it's important. So it says here, the Ogiso. So you see, you said Oba, but now you're saying Ogiso because the idea of Ogiso is actually supposed to be like Oba, but not with the title Oba. But he's saying here that the Ogiso had numerous wives, but only one bore him a son. The rest therefore complained because they had no children. Owing to their persistent worry, Ogiso was compelled to send his senior wife Esago alone to consult the oracle for him to know the cause of their barrenness. For the oracle was then believed by all to be the source of divine revelation to people, just as it is still believed by many of the present day. The oracle declared Esago, the senior wife of the Ogiso, to be the cause, and that she must be killed in order that the two wives might have, or that other wives might have issue. Esago concealed the prediction of the oracle when she reached home and told her husband that the oracle declared his only son, Kaladera, to be the cause, and that his nature and destiny prevented any brothers and sisters being born, and that he must be killed or sacrificed to enable the Ogiso wives to bear children. The first mention of that name, Kaladera, in this book is what I just read right now. Had nothing to do with anybody coming from Odudua, because according to this original thing that they said, and I'll tell you where I got this story from. According to this original story from Egareva, Kaladera was the son of Ogiso, not the father of Oromio, not Odudua. So he's saying Obagodo was the son of Odudua. He moved to the Benin area. He became the Ogiso. He did not have children. By the way, Ogiso is actually a title, and later on we're going to break it down whether he's talking about one person or several people that had the same title. And I might as well just say it right now. There were several people that had the title Ogiso. The last Ogiso is the one he's talking about here. So let's continue reading. So essentially, that Ogiso had only one son, but had many wives, and wanted to have more children. Sends his wife to go meet with to go consult the oracle. That one gets there, and they were told that the Kaladera guy, his presence, and the reason why the other wives don't get children be that. It's quite weird, sha. And that she must be killed. The senior wife must be killed in order for the other wives to have issue. But she concealed the prediction of the oracle when she reached home and told her husband that the oracle declared his only son, Ekaladeran, to be the cause, and that his nature and destiny prevented any brothers and sisters. So the woman lied that Ekaladeran was the reason the father was not having children, even though the oracle said the woman should be killed so that others should have kids. So he says here that the Ekaladeran must be killed or sacrificed to enable the Ogiso wives to bear children. Esago then headed the women in the harem, and they began to worry the Ogiso daily to kill Ekaladeran to make way for them to have children. As a result of their united and persistent efforts, the Ogiso banished Ekaladeran with his mother from the city instead of killing him, and he eventually became the founder of Guato or Ugoton on the bank of a river after long wandering in the forest. The day of Ekaladeran's banishment from the city is still remembered by our people, as it was very cold and there was neither sun nor rain. Any similar day is called Kaladeran or Kaladeran Day. 3 years after the banishment of Ekaladeran, Ogiso's wife still remained barren, so he sent 2 men and 2 women to consult the oracle once more through the same diviner. The oracle declared Esago to be the cause of their barrenness, and that she must be killed in order that the rest of the wives of the Ogiso might have issue. Sorry, someone says they left YouTube to come on TikTok. Oh, welcome. I hope YouTube is fine though, because I'm also monitoring here. But let's continue. I want you to hear the story first. We'll finish. So the oracle declared Esago to be the cause of their barrenness, and that she must be killed in order that the rest of the wives of the Ogiso might have issue. The diviner further stated that he had told the woman whom the Ogiso sent 3 years before that the oracle declared the senior wife to be the cause of the barrenness and not Kaladeran as she reported. The people brought the news home to the Ogiso, who on hearing it became very sorrowful and lamented over the banishment of his son, and instantly ordered Esago to be executed. After this, Ogiso hastily dispatched messengers to Ugoton, begging his son to return to the city with messengers and overlook the ill treatment he had sustained. But the Kaladeran complied with the advice of an old woman there and refused to return. Ogiso sent troops repeatedly to bring him by force, but the Kaladeran dug pits into which the troops fell and perished. Consequently, the elders who had intended to place the Kaladeran on the throne after the death of his father now gave him up because of the number of soldiers he had killed in the pits. Though Esago had been killed, the wives of Ogiso had no children. For a considerable number of years after the death of Ogiso, there was an interregnum, and the following leaders of the people, listen to the names: Ere, Kini Ere in Yoruba. All this thing I'm saying, I'm going to eventually explain. I just want us to read, okay? What is Ere in Yoruba, for those of us who are listening? I hope you can hear me. Gain, profit, thank you. There's somebody on YouTube who is very angry. His name is Brainchild. And I understand your anger, but it's better late than never. Let me read to you what the person is saying. He's saying, I blame the Yoruba for their passiveness on history and their arrogance to think people can't change narratives. It is annoying to hear now, after our so-called elders, watching people tell lies. Now you are coming on here, explaining, reading books, telling stories after damaging trends. Yorubas have a long way ahead to make amends with its people. It is better late than never. Let's just leave our fathers and our elders. Let's just study. It's our turn now. Thank you very much, user on TikTok. Back to this. So it means profit. This other one is Orire. So you have Obagodo, you have Ere, then you have Orire. It's in the book. I'm not making anything. I'm reading from A Short History of Benin by Jacob Egareva. It says, for a considerable number of years after the death of Ogiso, there was an interregnum, and the following leaders of the people: Ere, Orire, Akwankwan, Ekpigo, Oria, Emose, Ororo, Obioye, Arigo, Evian, and his son Ogianwe administered the Republican form of government. At that time, the country was known as Igodomi Godo. We'll be reading this. You see, all this while we're having this session, I'll be referring to this book. I didn't used to read it, but this session that we're having, we shall read the book. What is all this strange here about? First, to establish the fact that there is no Ekaladera in Ife. Ekaladera never went to Ife, and even if he did, according to the original story, by the way, he did not. There's nothing like even if he did. The story says he went to Ugotan. That's number one. Number two, he's also not the father of the Ogiso. He's the son of the Ogiso. And the Ogiso himself is the son of Ududua. So there's no way on earth the grandson will be the father of his grandfather, or will be the same person as his grandfather, because now they're saying Ekaladera is the same thing as Odudua. How can it be the same thing as Odudua when you literally just said Odudua gave birth to Obagodo, he took on the title of Ogiso, he then gave birth to Ekaladera, Ekaladera was then banished to Ugotan. How can Ekaladera then become Odudua? Makes no sense. But before we go deep into this, where did he get his story from? This is Jacob Egariva. Where did he get his story from? He's in the preface. So we're going to go back to read the preface. Where were we? We stopped at chapter 1. We're going to come back to chapter 2 later. I want you to read the preface so you understand how he got this thing together. It says, the history was collected from the following authorities: Ihogbe, the worshippers and recorders of the departed Obas; Ogbalaka, the royal bards; Igun Eron. By the way, if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly, I assure you I'm not merging it deliberately. I just don't understand how to, because our own language they used to put at me. So this one, as much as they try. Just stay with me, please. I'll take it again. The history was collected from the following authorities: Ihogbe, the worshippers and recorders of the departed Obas; Ogbelaka, the royal bards; Igun Eronwo, the royal brass smith; Owen Osa of Akpakpava, one of descendants of the Benin native fathers of the 15th and 16th centuries; Okaeben, Ogianwe, Efaz, Yashere, Esama, Ehobamwen, and so on, to whom I owe unbounded thanks. Now it says, I offer my cordial thanks to Messrs. E.J. Gareva and Yusuf Otokiti for the kind help. Above all, this is where I'm going. Above all, I feel very grateful to His Highness Akenzua II, the Oba of Benin, for his unfailing advice and aid by which I was able to complete this work in spite of its many difficulties, and also to late Oba Eweka II, who very kindly attended to me for over 3 hours on March 15, 1930, for the necessary revision of this work, when the original manuscript was read to him by the present Oba, the Edaiken of Uselu. In other words, this was not something that he just conjured. He told you, he listened to, where he got the story from. Then he says that, listen, I was with the Oba for 3 hours, and there was this, the Oba now, Oba Eweka, at the time, he was talking about Oba Kenzwa, Oba Eweka, and that he was there for 3 hours reading the manuscript, and they were helping him to make the necessary corrections. He said, I'll tell that again. And also to late Oba Eweka II, who very kindly attended to me for over 3 hours on March 15, 1930, for the necessary revision of this work, when the original manuscript was read to him by the present Oba, then Edaiken of Uselu. That present Oba is the father of this Oba, right? No. He's the father of this Oba's father. The one that wrote, I remain your obedient servant. That one, his father, is the one that is talking about Oba Kenzwa. At this time, so from when he wrote this book, there have been 4 kings. There have been Eweka II, That's the king that was there when he started writing. Then there was Oba Kenzwa, who became king at the time. I mean, who was one who actually helped to read the script. Then was the one before Oba Eware? Oh dear. Who used to work with the Nigerian civil service? Anybody knows? Just forgot to. He wrote that book I mentioned earlier. Anybody remembers? You guys don't know Benin Kings. But I'll find you the name. No. Akenzwa was the one. Oh, Akenzwa the second. Okay. Mumbo. Then just to be sure. No, Eware is the one that's Erejoa, thank you. Erejoa. Oba Eware is the one that's the king now. So there have been 4 kings since he started working on the book. I mean, of course, he finished the book under those 2 kings, Akenzwa and I think I'm beginning to mix up the names. Give me a second, let me just be sure. Eweka the second. Eweka was named for the original, that's the son of Oromio, Eweka the second was the king on the throne at the time. Akenzwa was still the Edaikin of Uselu. Akenzwa was present when they were reading the manuscript to the Oba of Benin at the time in 1930. Okay. After Akenzwa, we then have Erejoa. After Erejoa, we now have Oba Eware. I think it's Eware the second that's on the throne now. So the point is that between Eweka the second and Akenzwa, they were there when the story was being written. So they made the revision that needed to be made. They knew the story to be correct as of 1930 when everything was done before it was then published. So this is not about the fact that someone just says, oh, this is a new history. I didn't know where he got it from. No, he got it from folks working in the palace. He got it from the bards. He got it from worshippers. He got it from chroniclers. And he worked with the kings for 3 hours. He was reading the manuscript to them. So this is not something that I just made up now. So that's to tell you that whatever you are hearing these days must be the revision that we're talking about. A lot of people are now revising things. And this revision started in 1970. We're going to get to that today. The revision started in 1970 after Oba Kenzwa. It wasn't Oba Kenzwa outside the history because he was there when they were writing this thing. And someone has helped us write in the comment section. Eweka the second, Oba Kenzwa, Oba Erejoa, and then Oba Eware the second. So this gives you an idea where the story is coming from. I know, greater me, I was just joking. I knew it was a typo. Emeka the second. It is well. But I'm sure it was a typo. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that everything we read about Ogiso and the history of the Oba was something that the kings of Benin had to attest to, or had to give the assent to, right? They had to give the assent to. So you had the king that was on the throne at the time, Oba Eweka the second. Then you had the one that was coming after him, Oba Kenzwa, and they saw what the person wrote and they said this makes sense. And in that stuff, what did they tell us? They told us that there was a man called Oba Godo. He left Ifeo. His father was Odudua. He gave him a snail shell and earth. I'll explain all of those things eventually with another book. He gave him a snail shell and earth and told him to travel, and anywhere he went would be under his sway, like under his command. He will become the owner, the lord of the land. And then he travels all the way down to the place we now call the Godomi Godo or Benin. And when he got there, he created a dynasty, Ogiso dynasty. And that's why I tell people that the Ogiso that they talk about in Benin was actually started by Yoruba man. And I'm not saying this again. History is not meant to throw jabs or try to make some people feel bad. We're just discussing what happened. And by the way, this does not in any way make anybody low or less or any. So this is not about I want to make a point. Well, unless the point is the truth, I'm trying to tell you the truth. He then goes there, created his land, started the Ogiso dynasty. The second person who took over from him was Eri. The one who took after ere, gain, profit, is orire, good fortune. Those names sound very much like, and then Obagodo himself. Now, I like Jacob Egariva, and I believe he's telling the truth. But is it possible for us to have another report to help us understand exactly what this man is saying? Yes. This time I'm going to take you to a book by H.F. Marshall. This book is called Intelligence Report of Benin. It was published in 1940. By the way, if you want to understand the history of any people, right, I'm not going to say, see what Yoruba people wrote about Benin. I'm going to say, see what Benin people wrote about themselves. At least before the revision started. We're going to trace the revision today as well. So this is called Intelligence Report on Benin City by H.F. Marshall. It says, in this report, I propose... Okay, let me go back here just a bit. Okay, let me start from here. In this report, I propose only to deal with the history of the Benin Kingdom insofar as it affected the development of Benin City. A fairly full history of Benin was contained in an intelligence report compiled by Mr. H.I. Heavens, District Officer, in 1924. And it has also been dealt with in various published works, notably Great Benin, Its Customs, Arts and Horrors by H. Lingroth, who, by the way, this book, which by the way we have here, this book, Great Benin, Its Customs, Arts and Horrors by H. Lingroth, is here as well. We may not read it today, but just know that locally known as Uhe. This is the same thing that Jacob Egariva said. Obagodo left Uhe, in bracket, Ile-Ife. It's now you hear them say that the Uhe is somewhere else. The father said this. So I'm listening to the ancestors. According to Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Uhe, was the cradle of the human race and was the only land in the world. Odudua, the first king of Ife, possessed a snail shell, which had the magical power of creating earth. Shortly before his death, Odudua called his 7 sons and giving to each of them a portion of the medicine from the magical snail shell, sent them out to form the inhabited world. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo, Obagodo, and on receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast. It's not southeastern part of Nigeria, it's southeastern part of Ife. Southeast from Ife. Where were we? Because people can hear things. By the way, when you hear he had 7 sons, numbers in the olden times, it doesn't have to be exact. It's usually symbolic. So you have things, people say things like 40, 200, 400, 70. Those are the numbers that you use. 7. Those numbers are symbolic of abundance, like Okpo. Okpo. Not necessarily that one kale oko kan wa pe meje. I'm just trying. Is, oh, you go to this place where somebody lived for 200 years. It just means the person lived for a very long time. It's not necessarily exact numbers. That's why we usually have this confusion when we deal with eras in ancient history. But let's get back to this. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo, and on receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast, creating land as he went. He finally reached the present site of Benin, and there he and his followers settled down and gave the place the name of Ugodonigodo. Certain of the present inhabitants of Benin claim to trace their descent from this first migration. Let me explain something. Thank you. Great Time is 77 says Igba Odun Odun kan. Exactly. Omi ko ma pe laye. Because not come back 1, 2, 3, 200. But that's a very perfect example. Thank you for that. Back to this. If you listen very closely, you discover that the story here and that one of Jacob Egariva, they are the same. However, if you listen even more closely, you discover that it's also similar to the creation story of the Yoruba people with Oduduwa. The idea of earth being poured to the earth, being poured on the water. According to the original story from the beginning, they are saying that the only place on earth that had land was Ife. What are they telling you? They are showing you vital connection to the source of the monarchy. By the way, a lot of what we call history, we have to understand it from a position of myth, or else we get confused. When you hear about Oduduwa creating earth and carrying sand and pouring it, that's a myth of origin. Myth of origin is not telling you that in reality he came and was pouring sand. It's telling you, it's trying to answer the question of origins and ownership. That ni bibi yo ko singo kon bibi ki baba to de on lo wa da. It tells you that nothing before this man means anything. This is the beginning of our journey. That is the same thing they are doing with Obagodo in Benin. Before him, there was nothing. He just came with sand from his father and poured it here and see where we are. The essential thing is that you see a copy of the Ife myth in this, playing out before you. Are hearing snail, magic snail shell, sand. It's not like he was pouring sand physically, because I think it also throws people off something like, that's not the point. The point is that he has the capacity to create just like his father did. But the point also is that we're reading Benin narrative. So this is not from Ife or Yoruba people saying anything. Stay with me, please. It should be noted, there are certain, this was in 1940, there are certain of the intelligentsia are no longer prepared to accept this traditional story, but claim that the original inhabitants came straight from Egypt. There is no tradition and even less evidence on which they can base this claim. On the other hand, there is the undoubted fact that linguistic experts are agreed that the Edo language is unconnected with Yoruba, and certain Edo villages, notably Udo, and certain of the Isi villages have their own story of the creation, which appear to have nothing to do with Ife. The story of creation given above probably refers only to a ruling class who came from Ife and found here an earlier race of whose origin nothing is known. So essentially saying that by 1940, you have the intelligentsia, those who had gone to school, now saying, no, we're not from Ife, it's not about that, we are from Egypt. Why? If you remember what we discussed last week, the reason for this is the same reason why Samuel Johnson was writing about the Eastern connection in the story of Oduduwa and Yoruba people. It's not that we are from Mecca, it's not that we are from Egypt, it's that in the late 19th century, there was a preponderance of studies and artifacts and materials and research work being done on Egypt, which was called Egyptology. And because it was in the black nation, and it was on the black continent, and it was black, and it was great, and it was fantastic, and it had kings, and it had monarchies, and it had pyramids, and it had sphinx, and it had this and that, all of us definitely must have come from there. So a lot of people were trying to now trace themselves, whether it's by force or by fire, that somehow they are connected to Egypt. They tried to do it with the history of Yoruba in the 1890s. The book was completed in 1897 by Samuel Johnson. They sent it to be published in the UK, and then they said it was lost. His brother Obadiah Johnson helped to write it and eventually published it in 1921. That claim, Egyptian Middle Eastern thing, is what you also hear in what the Benin Post say in 1940. But it doesn't change the fact that traditionally, that's the story of where they come from. So what have we learned so far? We have learned that and by the way, before I tell you what I learned so far, the last line in what I just read says that that the story of the creation that they had, it says that other people in that area also had sorry, please, someone just wrote something in the comment section. I need to quickly answer this, please. To be fair, Samuel Johnson did not link us with Nimrod. It was actually Sultan Bello who did that. Lamurudu was not a creation of Samuel Johnson. He was tagging along with what Sultan Bello had written about Yoruba people, which was also made popular by Hugh Clapperton. We don't know Lamurudu. We are not from Mecca. We are not from Egypt. Oduduwa was born and bred in Yoruba land. I hope that answers the question. All right, so the writer is saying that there are other people, thank you, sir, there are other people in the Edo area who also have different stories. So he's saying this particular story about this Obagodo, it seems that it's actually the story from the ruling class. So let me read to you. It says, Number one. It should be noted that certain of the intelligentsia are no longer prepared to accept this traditional story, but claim that the original inhabitants came straight from Egypt. There is no tradition and even less evidence on which they can base this claim. On the contrary, on the other hand, there is the undoubted fact that linguistic experts are agreed that the Edo language is unconnected with Yoruba, and certain Edo villages, notably Udo and certain of the Isi villages, have their own story of creation, which appear to have nothing to do with Ife. The story of the creation given above probably refers only to a ruling class who came from Ife and found here an earlier race of whose origin nothing is known. I have always said the connection between Yoruba and Benin is primarily through their kings. 1 second. The connection is not about the people of Benin be connected to Yoruba people. That is not historically accurate. In actual fact, the connection is between the Benin monarchy and the Yoruba people. And it's not something unusual, right? It's the same thing you find with the royal house of England and the Germanic people. The locals, right, the folks who you would call the British or the Britons, the Celts, who were inhabiting the British Isles before the arrival, I'll use the word arrival, of the Angles and Saxons, they didn't have anything to do with what we now call the Windsor family. Okay? By the way, Windsor is a name that they just adopted just about a century ago, thereabout, because the original name sounds too German. Somehow, the pronunciation Oman beats me, so let me look for the pronunciation I read to you. Somehow, Saxo-Borg or something, it's very Germanic. I'm going somewhere, please stay with me. It's Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. That's the original name of the English monarchy. It's German. Okay? The Angles and Saxons got into the land, invaded the place, did what people do, and established a new order. It's how the world works. I mean, that's how it used to work back in the day. What I'm trying to say basically is that to have the monarchy of the Benin connected to Yoruba people is like having the monarchy of England connected to the Germans. And that's what it is, by the way, just to be clear. It's not made up. And you can go and fact check. Like I said, the name Windsor is something that they started using in 1917. Yeah, just about 100 years ago. And it was because there was strong anti-German feeling after the First World War, or during the First World War. So they decided to use a name that sounded a bit softer, and so they chose Windsor, and that's why now you say, the Windsor Castle, which is where the President will be, is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. Windsor. We say what kinji kota agbori. Okay, kinji kota agbori pe okay. Kinji kota agbori pe how come you are saying the king is connected to you? As a matter of fact, and we're going to get to it in this series, in the palace of the Oba of Benin, the official language used to be Yoruba. You know he has Orikisha. Again, not yet, but we'll get to all of those things. Oba of Benin has Oriki. And if you listen to the Oriki, number one, you made a little Oriki in Nigeria, apart from Yoruba people. And then the Oriki itself connects him to Odudua, connects him to Ife. But like I said, we'll get to all of that momentarily. Let's just go back to the book by H.F. Marshall as we go on with the story and find the correlation between what he's saying and what Jacob Egareva said in his book. So back to Intelligence Report on Benin, published again in 1940, just like, Egareva's book was published in 1936 in English, but in Edo was published much earlier. Back to this. The descendants of Obani Godo are said to have ruled in Ugodoni Godo or Igodomi Godo. It's the same place. The name was later changed to Ile for many generations. Their names, however, are not remembered except for the last of the line, who was known as Ogiso. The whole period is commonly referred to as the Ogiso period. According to tradition, although Ogiso had very many wives, he had only one son who was called Kaladera. It's the same story, but let me just read it. His wives persuaded Ogiso to consult an oracle to discover the cause of the barrenness. Kaladera was the cause, and that the oracle had said that he must be killed. Yielding to the persuasion of his wives, Ogiso finally agreed that Kaladera should be killed, but gave secret instructions to the executioners that he should be spared, provided that he did not return to Benin. Kaladera gave the necessary undertaking, and after wandering in the bush, settled down and formed the village of Ugoton. It seems probable that at this time, Ile consisted of a number of scattered hamlets situated between the present side of Benin and the Ekpoba River, and that each of these hamlets was under the control of its elders. After the death of Ogiso, the one unifying force had gone, and a state of internecine war broke out between the hamlets. At last, some of the elders decided to ask the Ooni of Ife. I'll explain. It says, after the death of Ogiso, the one unifying force had gone, and a state of internecine war broke out, or internecine war, internecine war broke out between the hamlets. At last, some of the elders decided to ask the Ooni of Ife, locally called the Ogenehuhe. Sorry. Otayo Lalejobi, please send the message to Telegram. Send it to me on Telegram. My handle is Busui Oris. Thank you. What's the connection between Benin and Owo? We'll get to that later. There's a connection. We'll get to that much later. But let's build a foundation first. So it says, at last, some of the elders decided to ask the Ooni of Ife, locally called the Ogenehuhe, to send a son to rule over them. This policy was, however, opposed by Aviation, the most powerful of the elders, and perhaps by others. It said that Aviation sent to the ferrymen at Ovia, Ose, and instructed them that they were not to allow anyone from Ife to cross the river, and that the first two sons sent by Ooni of Ife were drowned by these ferrymen when crossing the river. Let me quickly explain something before we now. I won't tell you all the history today, just something enough to get us into how everything changed. Today, all I want to do is just Ogiso, when everything changed, and then we'll call it a day. So here's the history. There's another book I think you should read. It's by Dmitry Bondarenko. I want to get you the name. It's something on Ogiso. Dear Lord, I saw it today. The Benin Kingdom. No, not this one. Ancient Benin. Where are the kings from? I just found it here. Ancient Benin. Where did the first monarchs come from? Next class, I will start with that one. Let me just establish what I want to establish. But this one we're establishing. Oduduwa was in Ife, on his own. There's no Eka did not even exist because nobody had given birth to him. But why are we doing this? Because we asked for it on Friday, but really because the internet is filled with all kinds of ridiculous claims. And we even heard the king saying that, they have their own story, but at least he said that they should not impose it on others. So that's for that he has my respect. But even then, even if they're saying themselves, let them not confuse our own children. But we're not going to tell you the Yoruba history or the Yoruba perspective. We're going to tell you the ancient Benin perspective. What was the ancient Benin perspective? That there was a man called Odudua. He was a great king in Ife. His son, or one of his sons, moved to their side and created a new dynasty, called it Ogiso dynasty, kings of the sky. He came first, after him was Ere, after him was Orire, and so on and so forth. They had a lot of Ogisos. And then at some point, I'm going to get this from Bonarenko much later. At some point, this whole story of Ekaradan came in. Ogiso, again, is not the name of a person, it's a title. The Ogiso had many wives, had a son called Ekaradan, wanted his wife to have more children. Other wives didn't have any kids. Excuse me. Sent his wife, his eldest wife, to go to the oracle or to consult the oracle. They told them what to do, like we read, and eventually Ekaradan was banished, right? Only for them to discover that it was not even the cause of their problem. It was one of the wives who didn't allow others to get pregnant. But here's the part we're going to read much later from Bonarenko, that okay, we even read it from Megariva earlier. When they went to now call Ekaradan to come become the next Ogiso, he refused. And so they now had international where they were fighting amongst themselves until an administrator arose among them. His name was Avian. Avian was not part of the line or lineage of the Ogisos or anything. He was just an administrator, but he took over the place. And while he brought and they made him the administrator because he had killed, a terrible beast that used to disturb them. So he killed that beast. Thank you very much, Abi 71. He killed that beast, so they made him an administrator. He did something very heroic. But then after a while, they say, you know what, we've got to get back to Ife and get us one king. Now, how they go back to Ife and what happened in that area, in that scenario, that part of the story, I won't talk about it now, at least for now. By the way, I'm not doing all this because I don't want to talk. I'm just idea of other things that we will talk about later. Okay, so I'm not trying to, it's not like I'm withdrawing information or anything or withholding information. Anyway, then requested Ife, so to speak, according to their own history, that Ife should send them a new leader. The question you ask yourself is this: why would they go to Ife? The reason is because the one that founded the dynasty was from Ife, the original dynasty of Ogiso, not the Oba or Oromio. We've never gone to Oromio here at all. This is way before Oromio. A lot of Ogisos had ruled before Oromio. The very first Ogiso was Yoruba, the second was Yoruba, the third was Yoruba. This again doesn't mean that the people of the land are Yoruba. It just means that the people who have come to head them were Yoruba. And what they did is similar to what Oromio did in Oyo, or what Odudua himself did in Ife. The difference is just that both Odudua and the people were Yoruba. Both Oromio and most of Oyo were Yoruba. But in this case, Obagodo and Oromio who were Yoruba, but the people of the land were not Yoruba, but they still did what they did. Brought them together and became their king. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, it happened in England as well. If you look through world history, you're going to find different places. I like England because it's close to us. They colonized Nigeria, so it might be easier to fact check that one. Now, they sent two people, or they sent one person. Avian made sure that they killed that person at Ose River. They sent another person, and they sent the third one. The third one happened to be Oromio. I read some things to you from HF Marshall, and then we'll go to how the story changed, because that's what I want to talk about today. All of this is just introduction. Back to HF Marshall. So it says here, at last, some of the elders of Igodomigodo, some of the elders decided to ask the Ooni of Ife, locally called the Ogenen Hue, to send a son to rule over them. This policy was, however, opposed by Avian. Who is Avian? The administrator at the time, because he was now in charge. So, of course, it would be difficult for him to want to just give that power away. the most powerful of the elders, and perhaps by others. It is said that Avian sent to the ferrymen at Ovia or Ose. So I want to share, I want to boat. So those people are working on the river, essentially. Boatmen, ferrymen. That listen, oh, anybody that's coming from Ife, you. It is said that Avian sent to the ferrymen at Ovia Ose and instructed them that they were not to allow anyone from Ife to cross the river, and that the first two sons sent by the Oni of Ife were drowned by these ferrymen when crossing the river. The Oni was finally persuaded to send his third son, Oromiyan. He was wiser than his brothers and did not attempt to come to Ile or Igodomigodo directly, but settled at Usein to the west of the Ovia, that's west of Ose River. The elders who were sent for him went to meet him at Usein, and it was probably Oromiyan who conferred on them the Yoruba titles, which are now known as the Uzama titles. There were 5 of them in number, and the title conferred on them were Olia, Edoem, Ezomo or Ojomo. It's written that way. Ezomo or Ojomo, Ero, and Heholo. Oromiyan also conferred the title of Oloton on his own brother, who had accompanied him from Ife. That's the Oba Oluwa in Use. Who had accompanied from Ife, called Erimide from Ego, a village near Ile. According to the story, Oromiyan, having first bribed the ferrymen, then moved towards Ile and got as far as Uzama, just to the northwest of the present city wall. There he was crowned and settled down, surrounded by his supporters, the Uzama. The greater part of the country, under the leadership of Avian, still refused to recognize him, and even his own supporters were so truculent that he decided that only one of themselves could rule over them, and decided to go back to Ife, having first renamed the country Ile-Binu, a name which corrupted to Benin, struck sufficiently long to become known to the early European explorers, although to the native themselves it has been known as Edo since the reign of Oba Eware. Oromiyan left is written Oromiyan or Agamiyan, but I'm using Oromiyan because that's what we know. Oromiyan left behind him his wife Erimide, who at the time of his departure was pregnant. So unlike what you heard in the video earlier, the Oromiyan did not give birth to a son and name the child. He wasn't even around. The wife was pregnant when he left. Oromiyan left behind him. Sorry guys, there's a clown on my YouTube page. I think he wants my attention. I'll just send you to the naughty corner. 30 minutes. God bless you. Where were we? Oromiyan left behind his wife Erimide, who at the time of his departure was pregnant. Oromiyan said that she would bear him a son, and Satuzama. He is not generally included in the list of Obas, but according to the present Oba Eware II, it says he's making Oromiyan the first one, and he is the 40th. Excuse me. After the departure of Oromiyan, After the departure of Oromiyan, his wife gave birth to a son, as he had predicted. It is said that this child was born dumb, but that when he was a boy, he was playing the game known as Akwe with other boys, and in the excitement of winning the game, he suddenly exclaimed, Owomika, meaning I succeed. He was nicknamed Owomika, which was later corrupted to Eweka, and he was crowned under the name as Uzama. We'll stop here and I'll read something else from Egareva before I now go to the book for today's topic. Go. We still have time. We stopped at chapter 1 earlier. So I'm going to go back to A Short History of Benin by Jacob Egareva. So he talked about the Ogisos that they had at the time. He says, for a considerable number of years after the death of Ogiso, there was an interregnum, and the following leaders of the people, Ere, Orire, Akwa-Akwan, Ekpigo, Oria, Emose, Ororo, Obioye, Arigo Evian and his son Ogiame administered the Republican form of government. 1 second. They administered the Republican form of government. At that time, the country was known as Igodomigodo. The Oludonri of Idonri Evin was a priest and followed Oba from Hue, who afterwards posted him in charge of the god Oron at Idonri. Another tradition says that Oba met some people who were in the land before his arrival. It is to them probably that we owe our language. Similar to what H.F. Marshall said, that there are people in the land as well. Now, the coming of Prince Oromio and the opening of the second period about this date, let's just leave the date alone. I'm saying that because more details have come out since the book was published about how inconsistent the dates are, but we'll come back to that later. The administration of the Republican rulers, especially that of Evian and his son Ogiame, was unsatisfactory. Things were going from bad to worse, and the people saw that there was great need for a capable ruler. Ambassadors were therefore dispatched to Hue, Ile-Ife. Not something in Kogi State. Like, why are people lying? They will call anywhere else but the real place, because I know why, but I won't say it now. You just want to change your history for no reason. When you have a reason, but the reason, to be honest, is mostly political expediency in the Nigerian state. Has nothing to do with the real history, essentially. It's just someone making something up in order to look big, which is totally unnecessary. So, he's saying that they sent ambassadors to Uhe, Ile-Ife. Ambassadors were therefore dispatched to Hue, Ile-Ife, by the elders, requesting that a wise prince be sent to be their ruler. The prayers of the people had the desired effect, and subsequently Prince Oromio was sent accompanied by courtiers, including Ogiefa, a magician, and he succeeded in reaching the city after much trouble at Ovia River with the ferrymen. Remember what we read that one? The last leader, Ogiame, was much opposed to his coming. By the way, Ogiame is the son of Evia. The Ogiame still exists today in Benin, but like Ogiso, it's now a title, not just a person's name. Originally, it was the name of the son of Evian, but has become the Ekiopaga Treaty. Is not Yoruba. Ekiopaga Treaty. If I'm not pronounced correctly, pardon me. You know more about how that, the role of Ogiame, the role he played in when they were trying to found Benin, and that was under Oba Ewedo. We'll get to that later. We have a lot of later in this Guinea, because the thing is plenty, but we'll get there. Let's continue. So he says here, the prayers of the people had the desired effect, and subsequently Prince Oromio was sent accompanied by courtiers, including Ogiefa, a magician, and he succeeded in reaching the city after much trouble at Ovia River with the ferrymen. The last leader, Ogiame, was much opposed to his coming. He gave as his reason that it was difficult to serve an Oba, Ogiamia Wenaga, hence his name, Ogiame. But as the need for a proper Oba was felt to be so great by the inhabitants, no need was paid to his advice. Prince Oromio took up his abode in the palace built for him at Usama by the elders, now a coronation shrine. Soon after his arrival, he married a beautiful lady, Erimwide, daughter of Ogiedo, by whom he had a son. After some years residence here, he called a meeting actually it was there for only 2 years, but details. After some years residence here, he called a meeting of the people and renounced his office, remarking that the country was a land of hatred, Ile Binu, by which name the country was known afterwards, and that only a child born, trained, and educated in the arts and mysteries of the land could reign over the people. He caused the son born to him by Erimwide to be made Oba in his place and returned to his native land, Uhe, Ile-Ife, leaving Ogiefa, Ihama, Oloton, and others at Benin City in charge of his son. Ogiefa had repeatedly come from Uhe, that's Ile-Ife, to Benin City for the practice of medicine prior to his accompanying his master, Prince Oromio. Hence, every member of the family of Ogiefa is flattered ever since by the title of Vianreto, child of the pioneer. While Ogiefa once was dancing with drums in honor of his profession, Ogiame angrily sent his son Ubi to stop him. We'll talk about that later. I just want to stop at, let's just finish this chapter. Then we'll come back to other things later. Let me just finish this one. While Ogiefa once was dancing with drums in honor of his profession, Ogiame angrily sent his son Ubi to stop him. Ubi treated Ogiefa with every indignity and cut his drum with a knife. Ogiefa, however, went to beg Ogiame to allow him to continue his practice, and a few years afterwards, Ogiefa gave his daughter Ewere in marriage to Ubi, the son of Ogiame, in order to pass of Prince Oromiyan from Uwe, Ile-Ife, to Benin, where Elawe and the early people of Usen. Also the Oloba, who later founded the Oba near Akure, where Oromiyan halted on his return journey from Benin to Uwe. Akure had not then come into existence as a town. Note, Prince Oromiyan of Uwe, Ile-Ife, the father of Eweka I, Oba of Benin, was also the father of the first Alafin of Oyo. Alright. All is true. Everything true. And they also mentioned Oba. Oba is the one in Ondo State now. Okay, so we have an idea, at least a rough idea. We'll go into details much later, but we have a rough idea, from those two books at least. And I told you why I read those books. Those books were written before the revision started. And it gives you an idea, the connection between Yoruba people and Benin. The connection is not really with the people of both places. It's with the people of Yoruba land and with the monarchy of Benin. Yoruba people, that they are their own people. They have their own identity. But it's the kings. They are descendants of Oromiyan. But even before Oromiyan, the story goes all the way back to Obagodo. Was also, of course, a Yoruba man from those two books. So here's a question. If the ancients believe the story, share the story, told their children, this is who we are, this is how we're connected to Yoruba people, what changed? By the way, again, I'm saying this, I know I'm saying repeatedly for a particular reason. This is not a case of Benin people are Yoruba. That's not what we are doing here. Because I don't want, because we have all these funny people that will come around and making noise. Nobody is saying that here. Benin people are not Yoruba. But there are some of those who are accompanied Oromiyan to Benin or to Usen, who are to Uselu, who still greet themselves Lawe or Lamogun in Benin today. They are part of those who moved with him when they went to Benin. They are Yoruba. So there are some leaders, some Yoruba families and the king. Those are the ones that are connected directly to Yoruba people. Not everybody in Benin. So it's important to make that very clear. Having said that, let's now go to why we are here. If you want, so what we've been doing since we've been laying foundation. Our foundation, that's good, well done. Now, what we came to read today is how everything changed. So I'm going to read to you from a journal. This is the Journal of the Historical Society of Nigeria. It was published in 1976. Someone says, in addition, they still keep Yoruba names. Yes, Omolomo, they still keep Yoruba names. They still greet. And Benin has this very interesting thing where, so if you're from Uwe, you greet Lawe or Lamogun. Ogun, of course, is from Ife. Which is quite interesting, the way that is. Let me just quickly read some questions. White Kubo says, do you think the aborigines of Ile-Benin could have been related to the hotheads across the... Nah, Jesus Christ. You just gave me bazooka. Why? Okay, only sorry, respectfully, the hot-headed people on the east bank of the Niger. Ekushe, ekpele, shajendake. I don't think so. I mean, the connection between them is actually quite interesting. Well, maybe we're going to get to it. The connection between Benin and Igbo people. That's the question you're asking. Maybe we'll get to that eventually. But let's just stick to their kings for now. Someone says, all the Obas keep Yoruba names, even those unknown to the public. Yes, Ewari. I mean, this is the second, the Oba now. Oba Polopolo. Is Oba Ewari the second. The first one, his name is actually Ogun. See, they were not ashamed. It wasn't something to be ashamed of. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. I'm seeing something very, very funny. What happened? Please power tap on TikTok. Like, if you can, as okay, good. But please don't stop power tapping, please. As aggressively as possible, as aggressive as possible. I don't like stream, but so yeah, what was I? I was saying that it wasn't something to be ashamed of. I mean, up until 1937, when they had the first meeting of the Yoruba Council of Chiefs, Yoruba-Benin was there. I don't know if you've seen that picture before we even start reading. It was something to be proud of. We're family. It's not, and that's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that this conversation is not about, oh, somebody is bigger than the. You can't be saying they are bigger than. It's not. It's a family thing. Like, I'll look for that picture and show it to you guys. Oba of Benin was there 1937. You had, okay, I have the picture here. The inaugural meeting of the Yoruba Council of Obas held at the Alaafin's Palace in Oyo. The Oni was appointed permanent chairman, and then they were having annual council with key rulers. I'll show you the picture. It wasn't anything to be ashamed of. It was a family affair up until recently, till Gowon Kotoda. I've seen the picture. I don't want to download it so I can, I'm sure some of you must have seen it before. If you haven't seen it, okay, good. Shema Lady Dalabai. I'll tell you everybody that's there later. Okay. You have the Oni at the center. You have the Alaafin. You have the Aujale. You have the Alake. You have the Oba of Benin. Well, there, nobody felt. So 1937, the first official meeting of the Yoruba Oba. Listen, oh, by the way, I've also heard people say things like, "Oh no, it was Western region." There was no Western region in 1937. No, there was no Western region. There was no Awolowo war in politics or anything. I was in politics, but they were still in NYM. They had nothing to do with what's going on here. It was called Yoruba Council of Obas. There's a reason Oba being is Oba now. It could have taken any title. It should be a title of his father's. I don't know. People think it's shameful. I think it's beautiful. Like, it's just wonderful. I don't know. I mean, even my aunt, she's late now. Whenever they talk about Benin, they call it Ibini. They call it Ibini in Ife. Ibini. They talk about it like family, like Arawa. Like, it's not like it's Yoruba land, but the point is that it's still part of us, something like that. That's the mindset about Benin. Until, of course, people started thinking that somehow it makes them feel less or anything. Let me read to you from here. Inaugural meeting of the Yoruba Council of Obas, 1937. The official first meeting of the Yoruba Obas took place at the Palace Hall of the Alaafin of Oyo. And then the people that were there, Oba Daniel Adesonya Belegua II, Aujale of Jebu, Mosole Ekwanbi, Aujale of Jebode, Oba Ashiyanbola Onikepe Oladigbolu. I hope I'm pronouncing the Onikepe very well. Oladigbolu, that's the Alaafin of Oyo at the time. Obadesoji Tadenyawo Aderemi. Right. Then there was Sir Bernard Henry Bodilion. That's the one that Bodilion Street in Okoye. It was named after him. He was the governor of Nigeria at the time. Omonoba Anedo Uku Apolopolo Akenzo the second, of Benin. That Akenzo the second, he was the one who was on the throne when Jacob Egariba published Short History of Benin. His son then took over. That's Eweka the second. After Eweka the second, we then had Herediowa. After Herediowa, we now have Ewari the second. Oba Kenzwa that went to this Yoruba Oba meeting was the one who was on the throne of Benin when they published that book. And then lastly, Obaladapo Samalademola Alaki of Egbaland. So that was the inaugural meeting. Now, that meeting did not happen because there was Western region. It happened because Yoruba Obas decided to meet together. And they appointed their father as the permanent chairman. And yes, it's their father. Obaladi Bulu was Elafin at the time. As a matter of fact, it's actually their great-grandfather, if you're really keeping it a buck. Because Oromio is not able to do a son, it's his grandson. The king of Oyo is Oromio's son. The king of Benin is also another Oromio's son. The one in Benin is Eweka, the one in Oyo is Ajaka, and then Songo. Both of them were Oromio's sons. So, in actual fact, they are great-grandchildren of Oduduwa and Ife. They made their father the permanent chairman when they met in 1937, which is how it should be. Whatever happened is primarily because of the political situation in Nigeria. That's what is making people revise history, and it's unnecessary. So let's go to what they revised now. I'm going to read from that journal I mentioned earlier. It's the Journal of the Historical Society of Nigeria. It was published December 1976. This particular entry is called The Origin of the Eweka Dynasty of Benin, a study in the use and abuse of oral traditions. FFT. I don't know. You have to send it to me so I will know which one you're talking about. I would love to. Omolomo, how come you get you to go and give birth to daughters now? Everywhere you look, thank you, FFT. I'll check it out. Timaka, can you know? Abi? Might have something to do. The fact that you're saying it in the middle of the conversation might have something to do with what we're discussing. So let me just check very quickly. Bele. Wow. Oh, that one you sent. No, I can't play it here. That one is very is explosive. It's just because people just get angry. Let's not get people angry today. Today we are doing our brother's keeper. Let's be our brother's keeper today. Let us be our brother's keeper. I watched it earlier today. It was explosive. The man did not lie, by the way. By the way, let me just say what's happening. So he sent me a video about a king in Ekiti talking about what's happening between the Alaafin and the Ooni. But I don't want to play it here for now. But the man did not lie. So let's get back to this Eweka dynasty thing. Alright. Until quite recently, all the known historical traditions about the origin of the Eweka dynasty. Who is Eweka? You know Eweka from what we read. Owomika. He couldn't speak as a child. They were playing a game, Akwe, and then he won, and then he shouted, Owomika, Owomika, and then started calling Eweka. So when you hear Eweka, they're talking about the son of, you put it, but you get the point, right? Okay, so he's saying here that until quite recently, all the known historical traditions about the origin of the Eweka dynasty of Benin were unanimous in saying that the first Oba of this dynasty was a son of Oromiyan, a prince of Ife, who came to Benin in response to the free invitation of the city's notables at a time of political instability. We know when instability happened, that was after the Ogiso era, when we had the interregnum. During the past few years, again, this was published in 1976, so when it says past few years, it's talking about what happened in the 1970s, okay? During the past few years, however, a number of other traditions have been coming to light, challenging certain aspects of the accounts contained in the received traditions. Excuse me. Oh boy, my neck is blessed. So he says, during the past few years, however, a number of other traditions have been coming to light, challenging certain aspects of the accounts contained in the received traditions. Although one may be tempted to dismiss these recent stories as new inventions, there seems to be some definite worth in analyzing them and their claims. For example, it will be useful to examine them for consistency and relate them to other bits of evidence which demonstrate either tacitly or until early in the century quite actively the links between the Ife and Benin ruling dynasties. But it ought to be pointed out that the aim of this essay is not to establish the truth of the received traditions as such and so on and so on. Let me just read. Indeed, it is doubtful whether this can ever be done in view of the absence of supporting archaeological and other documentary data. The point is that the received traditions give us an idea what the history is. What's the received tradition? What you heard from Gareva, what you heard from H.F. Marshall, that's the received tradition. In other words, it's been like that from when the place was settled. That's the story they've always told themselves. They told their children, their children's children, until it was written down. And then, about 40, 50 years after they started writing these things down, people started changing the history. Discounting an 1823 story of uncertain provenance, and according to which the founder of Benin dynasty was a white man who came from the Great Water, the earliest written record of the tradition ascribing the foundation of the present Benin dynasty to an Ife prince was by Talbot, sometime in the 3rd decade of this century. That is, and this is what Talbot said. According to tradition, the first king of the country was Igudu. What was Igudu? Obagodo, Obanigodo, Igudu. They're talking about the same person. According to tradition, the first king of the country was Igudu, a Yoruba chief named Ere. Stated that the Ogeni of Ufe, in Yoruba, Oni of Ife, arrived with a small following but did not gain much power. His son Ogiso also made little headway and later returned to Ife. In 1300, the Oni of Ife sent another son called Oromiyan, accompanied by a large following. He lived at Use for 3 years before returning to Ife. Talbot further adds that though Oromiyan left Benin for Ife, his son Eweka reigned in Benin and founded a dynasty. By the way, if you are interested in that one, you have to. It's another book. It's called The Peoples of Southern Nigeria by P. Henry Talbot, but maybe some other time. 8 years after Talbot's sketchy story above had been published, the first definitive account of the origins of the Eweka dynasty appeared in a history of Benin by an Edo historian, Chief J.U. Edgariva. That's the one we read earlier. This account, which has become so widely accepted as to acquire the characteristics of a tradition itself, is a synthesis and analysis of several traditions recited by many informants. In a sense, it is a pity that no record of these traditions exists in the form of which they were recited. It is therefore impossible to check whether any of the traditions used by Gareva in his history is substantially different in content from the general interpretation presented by him. However, taking Egariva's history as being a synthesis of the received traditions, the circumstances surrounding the establishment of the Eweka dynasty in Benin are summarized below. Prior to the establishment of the dynasty of Obas in Benin, the city's rulers were known as the Ogiso. The first Ogiso was Igodo. Who is Igodo again? Obagodo, Obanigodo, the one who was called the elder son of Oduduwa, according to Benin people. The first Ogiso was Igodo. But when you hear first son, sometimes even they will call him the first son because Oma found on Igara. The first son. Most time everybody is somebody's first son. Even though you're wondering how many sons does he have how many first sons does he have? It could be first son Loto. It could also be first son from different mothers, but you get the point. Prior to the establishment of the dynasties of Obas in Benin, the city's rulers were known as the Ogiso. The first Ogiso was Igodo, who established a dynasty of kings, some 31 in all. This dynasty came to an end when its last ruler, Ogiso Owodo, was banished from Benin as a result of popular hostility against his regime, which was marked by misrule and cruelty. His only heir, Ekaladeran, who would have succeeded him, had earlier been exiled to Ugoton. I hope you are noticing the consistency. His only heir, Ekaladeran, who would have succeeded him, had earlier been exiled to Ugoton, and although every attempt was made to persuade him to return to Benin after his father's banishment, Ekaladeran refused to leave Ugoton, where he eventually died. Ugoton is not Ife. Where he eventually died. Ugoton is not Ife. There was no Ekaladeran in Ife that was walking the streets, the bushes and the forests and just traveling. Is not true. It's a recent invention that makes absolutely no sense. But if you believe it in your place, it's good. But don't change history. God bless you. So he says here, he's only here, Kalajan, who would have succeeded him. We know how he banished him. We already read about that, Abi. So let me quickly pause and say something. From what I just read now, you notice something. I think I should quickly explain. This Ogiso Owodo they're talking about is the father of Ekaladera. Why did this paper call Egariva's work a synthesis? Because if you read and I mentioned it earlier, if you were here, if you read Egariva's work, it made it look like it was just one Ogiso, and then he was the one who also had a Ekaladera, and then after him there was Eri and Oriri and so on and so forth. But in actual fact, there were many Ogisos, right? There were 31 in all. And that the last one who gave birth to Ekaladera is the one who had a problem with his wife not having children, and then they banished his son. But later he himself was not dealt with. Then they begged him to come back, Ekaladera to come back. He did not. No, he did not go to Ife. He is not from Ife. He is not Oduduwa. Oduduwa's time. So Ogiso Igodo or Obagodo, who quote unquote was the son of Oduduwa, had other people, other successors before the one who then gave birth to Ekaladera. So it will not make sense to then say that it's the same person as Oduduwa. Let's go on. So he says here that although every attempt was made to persuade Ekaladera to return to Benin after his father's banishment, Ekaladera refused to leave Ugoton, where he eventually died. The people of Benin then decided to set up a republican form of government with a commoner named Aviation as administrator, as a reward for the brave and meritorious service rendered by him to the community through killing a murderous beast. We mentioned that earlier as well. In his old age, Aviation named his son Ogiame as his successor, and the Benin notables reacted against this by dispatching an embassy to Ife, asking the Oni to send one of his sons to Benin for things, quote unquote, for things were getting from bad to worse, and the people saw that there was need for a capable ruler. End of quote. For peace, I don't, please, this is not the place. I'm quoting books. I'm mentioning sources. don't continue to answer the comment section. I can either mute you or just get you out, please. If you have anything against what I'm saying, you have to also go through that rigors of at least quote something according to this, not according to what you think. I don't care what you think. I don't even know you. Thank you. Where were we? And if you notice, since we started, we've been very courteous and gentle. Let's continue like that. God bless you. In his old age, Evian named his son Ogiame as his successor, and the Benin notables reacted against this by dispatching an embassy to Ife, asking the Oni to send one of his sons to Benin. Quote, for things were getting from bad to worse, and the people saw that there was need for a capable ruler. End of quote. After the Oni of Ife had secured assurances that his son would be welcome in Benin, Oromiyan was duly sent, accompanied by several courtiers. We already mentioned that it was the third that was sent. The first two were killed by the ferrymen who were sent by Evian. Oromiyan had lived in Benin for only a few years when he discovered that the country was a land of vexation and that only a child born, trained, and educated in the arts and mysteries of the land could reign over the people. It's quoting Egaiva. Accordingly, he had his son, Eweka, born to him in Benin by Erin with the daughter of Onoge of Ego, to be installed as Oba in his place, while he himself left Benin for Ife. Throughout his residence in Benin and during the reign of his son Eweka, as well as those of his two successors, there was no resistance against the establishment of an quote-unquote alien dynasty. It was only when Ewedo, the fourth Oba of the new dynasty, decided immediately after his coronation to remove the seat of his government from Osama to the site of the present palace that war broke out between the Oba and Ogiame's faction. We call it Ogiame today, although back in the day they used to write it as Ogiamwen. Eventually, the latter were defeated, and Ewedo was therefore able to consolidate his hold on the throne. I want to quickly read something to you before I continue. 1 second. I don't know if you've heard about I've mentioned earlier, Ekiokpaga Treaty. It was the treaty that was established between the Ogiame. By the way, Ogiame had now become a title at this point. It wasn't just a name. Like I said, Ogiame originally was a son of Evian, who was the administrator of Benin after the era of the Ogiso. Ogiame had gone from being the name of a person to the title of the leaders of those people who chose not to be under the leadership of the Oba. Okay, that's why Evian resisted, the coming of Oba from Ife. Anyway, so if you I'll see if I can show you the image here. This was published in the newspaper. Oh dear, I'm going to read to you. Okay, let me show it to you so that you understand that. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. We don't have all this thing of what's it saying? Is it making things up? Because we've been seeing people already. So there's an image that I started seeing this image years ago. Anyway, the memorable Ekiokpaga Treaty between Ogiame, Erebo, and Oba Eweka is actually not Eweka. It's supposed to be Ewedo. In 1200 AD, formally signed by Ogiame Ode and Oba Ewedo in 1255 AD, which all past Obas had complied with and restricted by Ogiame Osarebo Okongwe on Oba Eredua in 1979, as shown in the above paragraph. This is what they're talking about. So what happened essentially was that Oba Ewedo was moving the capital from where his great-grandfather had established it outside of Benin. He was relocated into Benin, which led to a war between himself and the Ogiame, and they had that war, and they won. The Ewedo faction won. Then they established their place, but they had a treaty with the people, and that treaty is not today's topic, but maybe another day we'll talk about it. There are specifics, the things that the Oba was supposed to do, what Benin land, where in Benin land belonged to the Oba, which one belonged to the Ogiame, all those things, the details are all in this treaty, and we have a copy of it here. We'll go back to the book we were reading earlier. Just a second. So he says here that it was only when Ewedo the first to remove the seat of his government from Usama to the site of the present palace that war broke out between the Oba and Ogame's faction. Eventually, the latter were defeated, and Ewedo was therefore able to consolidate his hold on the throne. From the above, it can be seen that they received tradition as recorded by Talbot. One second. From the above, it can be seen that the received traditions as recorded by Talbot and Egareva are in agreement about the idea. These crucial points, incidentally, are the very ones over which the new traditions take issues with received traditions. In other words, questioned with this new so-called, how do you call it now? New traditions, right? As against the received traditions. And when you hear the word received, it means that this is what we got from our ancestors. They also got it from their fathers and got it from their fathers and so on and so forth. So we received it. But this one are just creating something new and is against what we've always known as received tradition. Let's go on. This is where it gets very, very interesting. Buckle your seatbelts. We're about to fly. The present writer's attention was drawn to the first of these new traditions in 1970. A work under the title of Edo History in TypeScript by a certain S.B. Omorige. Subsequently, 3 other versions of these new traditions appeared at different times in Midwestern, now Bendel State's Sunday Observer. As is to be expected in these amateurish historical works, no attempt is made to cite the sources of information or the names of the informants. Apart from the version by Omorige referred to above, the other 3 new accounts are from Edu Akezua, D.U. Edebiri, and Iyari. For the purposes of brevity and because of the new traditions, really, let me explain before we go into this stuff. It's saying that we've always had this story from the ancients, from the elders, from the ancestors, right? And it's, I started publishing it in the 1930s with Egareva. As a matter of fact, Talbot had written about it earlier, and then there was another colonial official who wrote about it, and then he then had Jacob Egareva wrote about it in 1934 in Edo, then published it in English language in 1936. Then you had H.F. Marshall wrote about it and published in 1940-41. But the first time somebody wrote something to counter what we've always known was in 1970. So all this revision that you hear, it's not ancient. Excuse me, it's not ancient. It just started in 1970. And the first person who wrote something like that is S.B. Omorige. But there are 4 of them in that same period. 4 of them wrote. One was S.B. Omorige, who actually wrote a book, or something like a book. The others wrote in the newspaper. Why? Because, again, Midwest was there up until 1967, but they still had the paper. And then in the 1970s, they had changed the name to Bendel, essentially covering that side. Now, they had no references. They quoted nobody. They just wrote their own. Yari, Edebiri, and Akenzua, plus the one by Omorige. Those 4 started giving us Lamba in 1970. That's where the Wala began. Why are we talking about this? Because somebody mentioned last week, is what happened in Oyo similar to what happened in Benin? Yes. A lot of people just change stuff as though every other person is sleeping. They are the ones that can rewrite history. You can't rewrite history when it happened not just to you but to others as well. That's the tricky thing about history. From the above, okay, we read that already. So it says here, let's start from here. The present writer's attention was drawn to the first of these new traditions in 1970. A work under the title of Edo History in typescript by a certain S.B. Omorige. Subsequently, 3 other versions of these new traditions appeared at different. As is to be expected in these amateurish historical works, no attempt is made to cite the sources of information or the names of the informants. Apart from the version by Omorige referred to above, the other 3 new accounts are from Edun Akezua, D.U. Edebiri. For purposes of brevity, and because the new traditions relate in fact 2 main stories. Then, I'll tell again, for the purposes of brevity, and because the new traditions relate in fact 2 main stories, a discussion of the accounts will be undertaken by taking them in pairs. Beginning with the first pair, that of Omorige and Edun Akezua, we are told that when the era of the Ogisos ended, and Ogiame had succeeded his father, Aviation, the commoner who had become ruler after the banishment of Ogiso Wodo, the Benin notables indeed had a prince from Ife in Yoruba land. But Omorige identifies this prince with Ekaladera, the only son of Ogiso Wodo, who had been exiled to Ugoton on his father's orders. Ekaladera eventually fled from Ugoton and wandered into the forest until he came to Ife, where he settled under the name of Omonoyon. Please pay attention. No? You see how warped this thinking is, but just stay with me. His popular nickname is Omonoyon. At the court of the Oni, Ekaladera was accepted as a prince and his name corrupted into Oromiyon. Years afterwards, there came a delegation from Benin to, I'll explain. There came a delegation from Benin to bring Ekaladera back to the city. Permission for this was granted and Ekaladera, alias Omonoyon, alias Oromiyon, went to Benin, accompanied. I don't know who you are, but you're a bad person. I see what you wrote in the comment section. Let me go back to what I'm reading. Ekaladera, alias Omonoyon, alias Oromiyon, went to Benin accompanied by a number of Yoruba dignitaries. What did you just hear? Let me tell you, let me just bookmark so I'll know where to go back to. What did you just hear? The very first version of this new tradition by Omorige in 1970 actually said, yes, there's a man called Ogiso Wodo. Yes, he was banished. As a matter of fact, he had banished his own son, Ekaladera, which is all true. But let's change it a bit. He didn't die in Ugoton. No, he didn't die in Ugoton. He traveled all the way to Ife. Ife to Benin is about 20 months. That's what this man wrote in his book, Journey from Ife to Benin. But he was able to wander through the forest, forget the snakes and Amotekun, and the Eko and the lions. He shall have found his way to Ife. When he now got there, he's not what the Oba of Benin just called no, he was Omonoyon. Or like somebody wrote in the comment section, Omonoyon. It was Omonoyon when he got to Ife. When he now got there, they now corrupted his name to Oromiyon. So much later, they now send people from Benin to go and call somebody there. We know that he's in Ife. Go and call it for us. Ekaladera must be in Ife. When I got there, I said, Ekaladera is now known as Omonoyon or Oromiyon. Oh yeah, let us go back to Benin. That's the first version. But that's not all. Let's go to the second version. Edun Akezua's account differs slightly from Omorige's. In the first place, the delegation from Benin to bring Ekaladera, or Kaladera according to Akezua, back did not know where the prince was, or the existence of Ife for that matter. They did not know where Ife was. They didn't know where the prince was. And by this time, Ekaladera was an old man, and therefore unable to undertake the arduous journey back to Benin. Thus, he proposed that the emissaries should take his youngest child, Oromiyon, away with them. This was agreed to, and it was this Oromiyon who later bore a son, Eweka, the first Oba of Benin. Omoniyoko, Lo Shora Oni. You know the song by Shino Peters, Omoniyo. Somebody wrote Omoniyo in the comment section. Omoniyo Bao. Here's the difference. So we've seen first part. The first part is that the man was Oromio, and that they came and picked him to make him king because it was the original Ekaladeran. The Akenzo version was that no, he was Oromio quite all right, but he grew old. No, sorry, it wasn't Oromio. He was a Ekaladeran quite all right, but he grew old in Ife. He now gave birth to a child. He now called that child Oromio. So when he now came from Benin, now said, take my son and go and make him your king. If you notice, they've not called Oduduwa yet though. Let's continue. The second pair of stories by D.U. Edebiri and E. Iyare are substantially the same and agree in the main with the first pair about the role of a Ekaladeran. According to Edebiri, the latter wandered in the forest until he came to Ife, where he became prosperous and was made the head of the community. Then he started immediately to establish some structure of kingship, such as he was used to at home. Iyare, by contrast, has a Ekaladeran arriving after his wanderings in the forest at a nameless place whose inhabitants were said to be used to constant riot and vandalism. Contrary to this reputation, however, the prince found the place calm and auspicious for a rest from his wanderings. He therefore told his followers, Ewawayihi, that is, this place looks calm, and it was the last word he that was polluted to Uhe, and thereafter provided the name for his new abode. Ha. He now became Uwe. The Berolon. A Berolon. Kí ló máa pe Berolon ní Arabic náà? I know it's not Okumula. Kí ló máa pe the other one náà? Ó yẹ ká máa Berolon. Irọ́ ẹ̀ pọ̀. Irọ́ ẹ̀ pọ̀. Someone said this story be like Hollywood. Now how then change is Takula. God bless you, Bojinodu. Takula. How can change this? That's how they change the history of Benin. If you notice, there are 4 versions, but let's continue. So, welcome. Thanks. Edebiri says that he established structure of kingship in Ife as he was used to at home. Which home? The structure in Ife was existing before the first Ogiso moved from Ife to Benin, but they are saying now that no, he was wandering, Osono, became a vagabond, walking to and fro the earth, eventually found himself in Benin. Now decided to create a structure in Ife like the one he left in Benin. This is the case of the father becoming the son. It's not different from what you are hearing about folks in Oyo as well. It's what happens when people become bigger than themselves. Where were we? What's the next one? Then this one said, Iyare says, Ekaladeran whose inhabitants were said to be used to constant riots and vandalism. Maybe no. But please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Let's drop hearts, means let's drop gifts. Let's push the live together, okay? I'm sure you're having fun. We're going to wrap up soon. We're going to continue. So at least we're laying the foundation now. Okay, where were we? So he says that Iyare said that contrary to his reputation, however, the prince found the place calm and auspicious for a rest from his wandering. So he had gone around places, they were fighting, they were he now found the place was calm. He now said, Mwawayihi, that is, this place looks calm, and it was the last word he that was polluted to Uhe, and thereafter provided the name of his new abode. The sequel to Ekaladeran's settling in Ife is so momentous that it ought to be quoted in full. This is the quote. His deep and perfect knowledge of governmental organization and military logistics, magical power and authoritative utterances, kindly bearing and princely paraphernalia soon won the hearts of the natives of Ife, who not only regarded him with wonders and awe, but thought that he was directly sent to them from heaven to lead them. Prince Ekaladeran was declared the king and ruler of Ife, by the natives, who looked towards him to establish a stable government and save them from the constant vandalism from their nearer kingdoms. On his installation day as first Oba of Ife, Prince Idodua, meaning I thank God I have chosen the path to greatness. The last word Idodua was polluted to Odudua by the Yorubas. Is this not madness? Idodua ko Igodua ni Adarada. Someone says Akaba. Where did Greater Me come from today? You're just giving me fire inside comment section. Well done. Isakaba, Idodua, Ikpomosa, Idodua. Meaning I thank God I have chosen the path to greatness. Have you ever asked yourself, how come they've never had the Idodua festival in Benin? They always had the one of Odudua. Yes, they've never had an Idodua festival in Benin. Some years after the enthronement of Ekaladeran as the ruler of Ife, Eyare goes on. His father, Owodo, in Benin, still without a male heir, ordered that a search for his son be organized, particularly in the regions to the west, from where news of the famed exploit of a new chief were filtering to Benin. His father's own journey to Ife to persuade him did not avail, except that Ekaladeran promised that he might consider returning home after his father's death, or he might dispatch one of his sons to take up the throne of Benin. Renewed pressures on Ekaladeran to return to Benin did not begin immediately after Owodo's death, as he was succeeded by Aviation. But when the latter, in his old age, appointed his own son Ogiame to succeed him, there was a renewal of competition for political power, and in an attempt to put an end to this, the elders of the city again dispatched an embassy to Ekaladeran alias Odudua of Ife, urging him to come to Benin and assume the throne. Again he refused, but promised to send one of his sons, Omonoyo, later known as King Oromiyo of Benin, to become the Oba of Benin. Ekaladeran died before this could be accomplished, but his instruction that Omonoyo should be sent to Benin were carried out, and this is what he wrote in that funny book, or that funny article in the newspaper. And so Prince Omonoyo concludes Eyare, one of the junior sons of Oba Odudua of Ife, and the grandson of Oba Owodo of Benin, was later accompanied by courtiers, including Chief Ogiefa, across the river Ovia to his grandfather's throne in Benin. Madam Mosun says, if I may ask, what is their motive? Bella and Bini. The motive is to separate themselves. Okay, let me go back just a little bit. Thank you for the question. We'll come back to this book. In 1955, there was a push by the Midwest to have their own state. And in having their own state, they planned to create a new identity for themselves. The idea was that this state, the Midwest, would be led by Benin people. Why? Because they were the majority in that collection of provinces. So the two provinces were the Benin and Delta provinces. So the Benin or the Edo people were more than others. Edo, of course, not just Benin. Edo will have the Ishan, will have folks in Auchi, will have the Benin themselves. 1957, there was, I know why I'm telling you this history, just stay with me. 1957, 58, 57, there was the Willings Commission. 58, the report was published. Now, but the state was not created. Now, in 1963, there was a referendum that eventually led to the creation of the Midwest. Although the Edo people were supposed to be the main people in that place because they had more numbers than any other group in the Midwest, the Igbos had already planned for them. By Igbos, specifically Azikiwe and his NCNC guys, and made sure that even though they were more than others, they were not going to be the ones in charge of power. He made sure that an Igbo man became the premier of the Midwest. The Igbo man's name is Dennis Osadebe. Now, in a bid to say we have moved away from Western region and to say we have our own identity, they were trying to sever ties and change everything that makes them subservient to the Yoruba people. I'll give an example. If you read the Williams Commission report, we'll have another time to discuss it. You see them referring to Ifa and Ogboni as though they were new inventions in Benin, which is dumb, because for many years, a lot of deities and religious artifacts and spirituality of Yoruba people had been imported, so to speak, into Benin. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There was Shango, Olokun, Ayelala, Ogun. That's why if you do any small thing now, Benin people say Ogun, Shekik, Ogun, they'll call Ogun for you. Everything has already mixed. Ifa as well. For centuries. This is not something that happened because of Nigeria. But they needed to accept that they were no longer under Yoruba people. Now, in 1937, when the Yoruba Obas had a meeting, Oba of Benin was there. Oba Nkezua was there. In 1937. By the 1960s, everything had changed. Of course, it was no longer the king. He had passed on at the time. Everything had changed. By the 1970s that we're talking about, after him, there was another king, and then the third king, Obaredwa. And then it was like a need to say we are our own people. And I get where that's coming from. It's just that if you want to rewrite your history, just stay with yourself. Don't rewrite the history of other people while you are writing your own. Just do what you want to do. So it's also what you hear some people say, oh, we are Kimiko Empire. It's what you're trying to sever ties and say, I am my own Kini. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you see, if you begin to say, I have nothing to do with those from whom I came, I don't connect me with them, what will eventually happen is this: everybody that came out of you will also begin to cut off. That's what's happening on your now. 14 kings in one town, which is not a big deal because we have many kings in Ife, there are many kings in Ibadan, it has happened in different parts of Yoruba land. But all those people, there's in reality, look up to the main king of the town. So for instance, all the kings in Ibadan still look up to the Olubadan. But it's not going to be like that in Oyo. It shouldn't be like that. And how did this thing start? Just begin by telling your source that, you're nothing, I'm not connected to you, I'll change your history, I'm your father. You are the father of your grandfather, of your great-grandfather. You are the father of your great-grandfather because you have to prove a point that you are starting a new political dispensation. Here's to a new dispensation. So if you ask, the summary of my answer is political expediency. They were trying to say they were not, just as they were out of the Western region, or they were trying to get out of the Western region, they are also not longer under the shadows of the Yoruba people. So when this thing is deep. They talked about Ifa, they talked about Ogun, they talked about Ogboni. They were using Ogboni to take over Yoruba, or take over Benin. The thing that your people have been doing, and the one they were taking over that was quote unquote taking over Benin, was actually reformed Ogboni, not the aborigine. So, to be honest, for the most part, what has caused this, whether in Benin or Oyo, is actually Nigeria. Particularly Benin. The Oyo thing is more ego. For Benin, is more trying to accept, like, okay, we are our own people, though. Then I'll give you one fantastic myth of origin. The funny thing is this. We'll get to that later in this conversation. the true myth of origin that Benin people have are directly connected to Ife. It's funny how life works. Now, the funny thing, how do you go back to go and change those myths? I'll quickly read something here, then we'll come back and finish this. Well, we'll continue from here next time, but let's finish some things here. It is clear that as far as the new traditions summarized above are concerned, Oromiyan, who was instrumental in founding of the Eweka dynasty in Benin, was not an alien, as given out in the received traditions. Rather, he was a Kaladera, that's Omorige, his younger child, Edwin Akezua, or one of his sons, Debiri and Yari. In other words, there was a real and significant link between the era of the Ogiso rulers and that of the Obas in Benin. A link provided through a Kaladera, the only heir of Owodo, the last Ogiso. More significantly, two of the new traditions have a novel explanation for the role of Ife and its influence on events in Benin immediately before and during the establishment of the Eweka dynasty. According to these traditions, not only was Oromiyan in actual fact not an Ife prince, he could not have been, since there was no kingship in place when a Kaladeran arrived there during the course of his wanderings. Indeed, it was through a Kaladeran that the place acquired the name of Ife, and it was a Kaladeran who first established the institution of kingship in Ife. What are they saying here? They are saying basically that they are changing the history to say that, no, but either to say that the man who came to rule over them, of course, this is retroactive. The man who came to rule over them was actually from them, only moved to Ife and then came back. Or he moved to Ife, created the kingship in Ife, then sent his son back. In other words, no matter how you look at it, it was originally their own before it came to you, so that you cannot say you are the father. That's all this Trinity, that's all it's about. You cannot say a Yoruba man is the father of the Oba of Benin. That's what they're trying to do. They cannot cut it off totally because it's so, and you will love this series. We're going to read books. You will see what the Oba of Benin used to do early in the morning. You will pray. There's a particular place you will face. You will pray for the Oni. You will pray for the Alaafin. You will pray for other kings and himself. Someone says they already key reviewed their source. Exactly. Omonoba Nuhe. The thing is, you can't. So the idea basically is that it's too interwoven. The only thing you can do is to claim that you are the grandfather, or you are the father of your grandfather, or your father of the great grandfather. That kind of nonsense. But that's what people do when they're trying to change history. In order to find out what the current traditions in Benin say about the above problems, that is whether Eweka I, the first Oba of Benin, was in fact a son of Oromiyan, a prince of Ife, as in the received traditions, son of Kaladera, alias Oromiyan, the only heir of Owodo, last of the Ogiso rulers. According to the new accounts, the present writer collected oral traditions in the city in April 1973. My informants, we're going to start from here next time, but let me finish here. My informants included His Highness Akezua II, the then reigning Oba of Benin, 6 members of the Ihogbe, the worshippers and recorders of departed Obas. I'll tell that again. The worshippers and recorders of departed Obas, including Chief Samson Hihama, their leader, Chief S.E. Emokwe, a descendant of Yogiame, Chief J. Egaeva, the leading historian of Benin, Chief Erobiamen or Ehobamien, the. In addition, I met a number of young men at informal discussions from which some significant impressions emerged. My most exciting experience was the meeting with the Ogbe and my interview with the Oba under rather interesting circumstances, which will be described below. In general, all the informants, except the Iogbe, narrated traditions which confirmed the substance of the received traditions. Most of the members of the Iogbe whom I interviewed were young men, and they had apparently agreed beforehand on the testimony which their leader, the Hihama, should present. He was, however, occasionally interrupted during the course of his story, whose summary is as follows. During the reign of Ogiso Owodo, his only heir, Ekaladeran, was exiled from Benin City. He wandered in the forest until he came to Ife, where he was made a king on account of his generosity. Mr. Tortoise later discovered this prince at Ife, where he had become very prosperous, and took reports of this to Benin. An invasion of Ife was mounted by Ekaladeran, succeeded in beating it back. Nevertheless, he invited his father Owodo to join him at Ife. On to change history now. This is a fifth version, but this one is coming from the young men in the palace, not the older ones. The older ones had the same story from the elders. These young ones have been influenced by newspaper reports. They now put a twist to it as well. So it says here that he invited his father Owodo to join him at Ife, and the Ogiso accordingly emigrated from Benin to spend the rest of his days with his son. The name Ife itself was derived from a Ekaladeran's phrase, Ile Ife, and it means I run to freedom. Hele. Meanwhile, Ogiso Owodo's vacation of his throne through his emigration to Ife had led to the assumption of power by Aviation, whose regime began the Republican period of Benin's history. Eventually, the Benin notables decided to send a delegation to Ife to recall Ekaladeran to Benin throne. He, however, refused, but sent his son Oromio, who came to Benin all by himself, without being accompanied by any courtiers. At Benin, Oromio was soon disgusted by the fact that the people were already spying on him, especially whenever he was eating. He therefore decided to leave Benin for home in Ife. At Ego village, he found a beautiful maiden, a slave named Eremwide, with whom he had an affair, assuring her that she would bear a male child who would become king. Oromio then continued his journey to Ife, while Eremwide subsequently became pregnant. When the pregnancy developed, complications were sent to Ife, and Oromio's second brother, by name Hihama, was dispatched to Benin, accompanied by two other brothers, Iletem and Ilegema, to take care of Eremwide. This explains, according to the informant, the Ihama's close relation with the Oba of Benin. Oromio's son was later born, and he became Eweka the first. All of this is absolute nonsense. The above testimony, apart from the introducing the mythical element of Mr. Tortoise, carrying the story of Ekaladeran's prosperity of Ife to Benin, as well as the invasion of Ife from Benin and Owodo's apparent voluntary emigration from the city, agrees in the main with the stories of the new traditions. It corroborates it. Let's just stop here for now. If you notice, he mentioned of Akezwa, he mentioned the Ogbes, he mentioned the Egaiva and some other chiefs. Egaiva also had to talk to the Ogbes in his own time, 40 years prior. They didn't talk about Tortoise. Tortoise, Ijakpa, took the story of the wealth of a man from Ife to Benin. Wow. What have we learned so far? We have learned that there is a connection between Ife and Benin. We have learned that there is something called receivers, because if you want to learn about the people, you listen to them. But go as far back as possible, because, like I say, people they change history every market day. So if you want to go as far back as possible, you have to go to Talbot. You have to, and because he received the tradition, you have to go to H.F. Marshall. You have to go to their own man, Jacob Egaiva, whose version of events was not some that he wrote. There was no Mr. Tortoise in his own story. And I want to read again how he got his stuff, where he got the story from, or the history, it's not just story, where he got the history from, and how and the work he did in order to preserve that history. Very quickly, it says here, the history was collected from the following authorities: Iogbe, the worshippers and recorders of the departed Obas; Ogbelaka, the royal bards; Igweronwo, the royal brassmith; Onhelsa of Apafa, one of the descendants of the Benin native fathers of the 15th and 16th centuries; Okaeben, Ogiame, Efas, Esama, Erobamoy, and so on, to whom and it says here he owes unbounded thanks. Then it says here that he was grateful to His Highness Akenzua II, the same one that the writer Akinla went to meet in 1973 in Benin. He's grateful to His Highness Oba Akenzua, the Oba of Benin, for his unfailing advice and aid by which I was able to complete this work in spite of its many difficulties, and also to the late Oba Eweka II, who very kindly attended to me for over 3 hours on March 15, 1930, for the necessary revision of this work when the original manuscript was read to him by the present Oba, then Ejaken Oselu. What he's saying basically is this: Oba Eweka II was the king. Akenzua, who became king by 1973, that Akinla went to Benin, was the one who was there to read the story to his father Oba Eweka II. So he did not just get this thing from thin air, he got it from the traditions of the people, received traditions. Whatever you hear by Kaladera came much later and started showing up in 1970, championed by 4 main people: S.B. Omorege, Yare, T.U. Edebiri, and Akenzua, not the king, another man called Akenzua. And they came up with all kinds of stories. So much so that by 1973, when Akinla went to Benin to ask them questions, while all the elders were telling the same stories as the received traditions, the younger Iwogbes were repeating what that guy had written in the newspaper. They only spice it up with Ijakpa stories and say Mr. Tortoise took message from Kiniko to Kiniko, which makes absolutely no sense. All of that to say that it is true that we are connected. And by the way, the connection is not the people of the land. It's not that the people of Yoruba, it's not that Yoruba people are connected to Benin people. No. It's that Yoruba people are connected to the kings of Benin, particularly Ife, because it's from Ife that Romeo went to establish the dynasty in Benin, just as he went to Oyo much later. We'll stop here for now. We'll continue from here on Wednesday. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have a great time together. I hope you got something from this. And if you have other questions, we'll answer all those. So people ask questions about the connection with Owo. There's connection with Owo. There were wars with Owo. And there was a way, there were arrangements that were made between Owo people and Benin people. But I don't want us to get to that yet. I want us to build the idea. And lastly, this old revision of history is something that you notice, right? When people start getting to a particular level, they want to rewrite it and say, okay, we just came from the skies. We are our own men. It's okay. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions? Okay, we have 2 people who want to come up. We'll make that quick and then we'll call it a day. Thank you very much for listening. Please keep our tapping on TikTok. Thank you very much. I'll bring up who's Brosuka? Okay. CEO says also connection to Ishekiri. Yes, that's true. Ginoa, the first king of the first Ulu of Iwere. We could call him Ulu. Well, retroactively or retrospectively, but essentially the first king of the Ishekiri people also came from Benin, and they still acknowledge the fact that they are connected to the throne in Ife. It's God not wonderful? You are the one at the center. You say you are not what everybody knows everything that happened except you. So we know that you're lying. All right, let's have Brosoka. Good evening. Hello. Brosoka came up. Can you hear me? Please unmute. Oh. Those I'm bringing up, please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you. Okay, I think Brosoka just got down. Let's have mouth tuition and then we'll have Oloye. Good evening, mouth tuition. Please mute as soon as, if you're not speaking, please mute. Mouth tuition, please go on. Good evening. CEO Code, that's not true. That's a lie from some of the folks in Benin that Mifti Olu as Yoruba. They just made that up. By the way, this one that is, I mean, the present Olu His mother is a daughter to the pastor Oni Okwande Shijwade. So that thing is something that just came out of Benin. That if the mother must be from Benin is a lie. It's not true. All right, Malnutrition. Good evening.
Good evening, Prof.
Okay. Evening, Chief.
How are you, sir?
Very well.
How's
your day?
Very good, sir. You look tired. This is deep, man. Honestly, man of God. Honestly, because Nigeria has gaslighted all of us. But do you see the wisdom of our fathers? Let us start with Oriki. Oriki is your DNA, your historical DNA. And we thank God for some of these devices that our ancestors put in place to identify a family, a person, a kinship, and so on and so forth. You imagine there's no Oriki. You imagine there's no unique Yoruba language that they have used. Bolatimabere. Think of the, in quotes, for the lack of a better word, of the descendant of Oduduwa in terms of kingship. They took a picture where all of them agreed we're all one, we're all family. And that picture is still in circulation, like you showed us now. So my counsel to our royal fathers, our princes, look, ẹ má jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria kó bá wa. Nigeria is less than 100 years old. The entity. If you add amalgamation on top of it, is probably 110 years old. Meanwhile, these are empires, kingdoms, and families going back over 1,000 years, 2,000 years. We need to be a bit shrewd. Our leaders need to be a bit shrewd so that we're not victim of this political expediency or political correctness. If not, and it shouldn't be. Rather, we should celebrate our history, celebrate our ancestry, celebrate our uniqueness in spite of having the entity called Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Malnutrition. I really appreciate that submission. Very apt. And you mentioned the Oriki. Let me read some of the Orikis to you. Omonoba Nedo, the child of the Oba Atedo. That's Yoruba. Also, Penny Ovi Oromion, that's the son of Oromion. Ovinuhe, the son or child of Ue. Ue is Ife. Ekpenuhe, that's the leopard of Ue. And leopard, you know what? There's something thank God you even mentioned it. Leopard is also one of the royal animals used in Ife. You still see it on the shoulders of the Oni whenever they are having stuff. Even the Ada and Abe, those signs that you see they're carrying in palace of Benin is from Ife. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's father son kind of thing. I'll read this to you. Ovi Okpenuwe, that's the son of the leopard. And there's one I'm looking for, Mumbo. I'll find it for you guys. Mumbo. It's just people trying to be funny. Well, be clever by half, I should say. You know what? There's something I want you to listen to. Let me play this one for you. Let me play this one for you. Mumbo. Take a listen to this. This is what I'm going to do. Next class, I'll start with some of these things: the clothing, the artwork, the connection that these folks have, and what you call Benin as high right now actually started less than 50 years ago. Was designed by this man. Okay, because they're trying to cut out. That's what I was trying to tell you, Madam Mosun. They're trying to separate themselves from Yoruba by saying, "I knew Agbada, Kasha, Shofun, Warawa." One here, she could take me. Mi fẹ́ sọ nǹkan kan ṣá, ó ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ sí i. Tẹ́ bá padà sẹ́yìn débì kan, máa sọ Yorùbá, tẹ́ bá padà sẹ́yìn débì kan, àwọn tó ń wọṣọ làwọn tó wá láti Ifẹ̀. Ojú tó fi, I mean, the people of the land are not on the same level as those who greet themselves Laohe or Lamogun or who are from the palace. They have a very clear, you know, what's the word now? Social stratification in Benin. And there's a word they call everybody in Benin who is not from the palace. Name. But I'm not going to talk about that yet because that's not today's class or today's topic. But the point we're trying to create, make very clear is the fact that the connection is there, but they're just changing it for no reason. Ogoto said, this is the part I've been waiting for. We'll talk about that maybe next class. And by the way, since we don't, if you notice, because of this style we're doing, we don't have a lot of, you know, irony. No, let's just stick to the facts of history. All right, let's have Bumblebee. Good evening, Bumblebee.
Good evening, Prof.
Welcome, sir.
Thanks for bringing me on. Last week, I was going to make a contribution also along the line of these are traditional monarchical setup and structure. So, you know, I think one of the things, yes, in as much as our forefathers made as much effort in terms of oral tradition, you know, passing down everything, you know, through codification to an extent, Oriki to Emani, Oriki, Lei, each child, so we have an Oriki, and they'll literally tell you, so is your father, so is your grandfather, and all that. I remember when I was around either 8 or 9 years old, my dad sat me down and gave me a very long breakdown, but that was a very long time ago, you know. He passed on many years ago, and I can't remember that, you know, that oral tradition. And then I think to also give for the other members of the house listening, to also give them a sort of picture of how it happens in royal family. You know, most people, most princes or most kings are polygamous in nature. And so when you have maybe like 4 wives, like my own grandfather had 4 wives, right? He was so mature in his nephews were old enough to be my own father, right? Sometimes when T Oyeba Konle, they will probably want to go to the oldest male son of probably the first wife or something like that. If he decides to pass on, like, no, I'm not interested, just like my own grandfather passed on that role to the next family, is like, no, I'm not interested. It's so, when you become a king, it sort of ties you down. You can't go around your business. You can't just leave the palace and go to the farm and all that. So that happened. So I have an appreciation for how that happens and how it plays out in real life. So that's why sometimes when they say Odudua has a son, that son has a son, you also be picturing that maybe some of as you're going down that family tree, it's the number of male sons are increasing exponentially. So that's how you have about 50 kings, like in Osun, 50 kings in Osun State that trace their. Yeah, you're going somewhere.
So you were saying something about 50. So the kings that trace the. Okay, finish that thought. I want to finish that thought, please. Finish that thought.
So yeah,
you said something about 50 kings in Osun.
Yeah, that some of them trace their origin to like my own origin as well. Like where I come from. I don't want to go into details of that, but my own dad told me we are descendants of Odudua. And my own father, there was a time he sat me down and told me like the breakdown, this person gave us. Well, those names were like so Yoruba-ish that I couldn't even remember as, you know, when I got older. But I could always have an appreciation for that. And I've done some searches to see that, okay, indeed, our people claim that we are descendants of Odudua from Ile-Ife and all, and we set up that community. So I just said that to say oral tradition really made a lot of things, lost in the process, and then I just wanted to, just chip that in. Yeah, thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much. If I answer that question, I'm gonna go deep into it. I want to close, but yeah, it's true that sometimes. So the connection that people have with Odudua, it's in some cases it's biological, in some cases it's not biological. So the kings that trace themselves to Odudua are not even Oshun. They're in Ogun State, they're in Lagos State, they're in Ondo State, they're in Ekiti State, they're in they're all over the southwest. Okay, they're even in your state. They're all over. They're in Kogi State. They're in Kwara State. They're in different places. And yes, sometimes because of the children, you have many children. Sometimes because of the grandchildren and not, like you said. Sometimes also because some of your followers also get to the point where they're like your sons, and they can say they're your sons, and they also carry that, name over the place. But for Romeo specifically, he, was a grandson who went to Ife, but then the folks who are changing the history, I think they forgot the fact that Oromio was not an only child. It didn't drop from heaven. The rest of us are also connected, and we know something about the past. But thank you very much for your submission. We're going to close now. If you like to, by the way, let me thank those who like the live. We are 106,000 likes on TikTok. Thank you. Thank you. And it looks like a lot of you engage more than when we're reading plenty books. We read today too, but I think it's not political, but we'll be mixing it from time to time. So sometimes we'll go to political, sometimes we'll discuss this. But I'm glad you liked it. Thanks for being here. If you'd like to support us, please use the bank details I'm going to put on the screen while I speak. I want to thank those who gave gifts while we're speaking. We may not stop to, thank everybody every time. That's because of the flow of the conversation. But thank you very much for your generosity. If you'd like to support what we're doing here, please use the bank details on the screen, and your support will be highly appreciated. It helps us to keep doing this. We have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And to those of us who may be wondering why we're going in this direction, sometimes you have to understand what Nigeria has done to you. You may not understand until we have conversations like this. Not to assert superiority, because if you are big, you are big. I don't have to prove anything about you, about if being clinical to Benin is that. I just have to tell you the story. And you know the funny thing, I don't even have to use any other source outside Benin sources to explain to you what the story is. Then you can find out. They discovered that because of Nigeria, because of politics, people change history in order to make themselves look, I don't know, good or better. I don't know whichever one, but it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. And I hope that we learn from these things, and we are able to, so we don't even get carried away by all the lies out there, particularly on the internet. There are many blogs dedicated to fabrications and revisionism, but hopefully we will be immune from that. Thank you for being part of today's session. We're going to have the anthems that will be here 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time tomorrow. So first, Yoruba anthem. Listen, sing along, and be patriotic. Thanks to the speakers who came up. Thanks, Bumblebee. Thank you, Math Tuition. Thank you, Miss Mosun. Thank you, ma'am. And Oloye, thank you. Adeklo, thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, it's Nigerian anthem. Let's sing along, and then we'll have the Yoruba anthem afterwards. àti fẹ́ kọ́ anthem tán ọmọ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rí no sound ẹ má bínú o mo ti kọrin lọ. Oh yeah, let's start again.
Nigeria, we hail thee. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be your symbol that truth and justice reign. In peaceful battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. Oh, Lord of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá fún ilẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òdàdìdé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ni wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ o, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Àwọn tó ń gbìyànjú àti tún tàn pa Ọlọ́run àkóso wọn nú. Ẹni tí ó bá ṣe kò dúró nú, ẹni tí àwọn yẹn kan parọ́ fún yín. May God bless you, may God keep you, may God cause His face to shine upon you, and may you prosper in all that you do. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m.